Trisakti University is one of the most renowned and prestigious private university in Indonesia, which is located at Grogol, West Jakarta. Trisakti University currently has 45 courses spread into 9 faculties. Those are 6 diploma programs, 23 bachelor program, 12 master program, 2 doctoral program, 1 special program, and 1 profession program located in a few campuses. The Campus A includes 7 faculties. Those are the Faculty of Law, Faculty of Economy and Business, Faculty of Civil Engineering and Planning, Faculty of Art and Energy Technology, Faculty of Industrial Technology, Faculty of Landscape Architecture and Environmental Technology, and Faculty of Art and Design. Trisakti University also has another campus, Place Kiai Tapa Street, Grogol, West Jakarta. The campus is named Campus B. It contains the Faculty of Medicine and Faculty of Dentistry. All of the faculties have been accredited and supported by comprehensive and complete facilities so it could aid the student in very extensive studying process. Trisakti University is very focused and consistent in their educational efforts, supported by competent lecturers, reflected by the support of tens of professors and doctors, along with educators who most of them have at least master and doctorate degree. And more than half of them have professional certification. More than 100,000 Trisakti University alumni from all of the faculties spread into a very wide variety of professions, either in the state institutions or private sectors, and some also start their own business, domestically or internationally. The presence of the alumni opens up access and opportunity for newer students and alumni to have a bright future.
A sprawling archipelago consisting of 17,000 islands, large and small, Indonesia offers a formidable mix of lush, breathtaking landscapes, a rich and diverse culture, an abundance of natural resources, and spectacular historical sites. At the heart of it all sits the capital city of Jakarta, itself a sprawling megalopolis which functions as the economic, political, and cultural center of the country. Home to millions of people originating from all over Indonesia and the world. City is a vibrant mix of cultures, religions, and languages. It offers visitors a riveting look of where Indonesia came from and where it's going. Jakarta is also a city of contrast. The Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Trisakti sits strategically in West Jakarta.
Studying at Trisakti University provides a complete educative experience. It is a good place to develop our knowledge, education, and social skills, as it is the place that allows us to easily make new friends. Because Trisakti University is located in Jakarta, as the capital and most developed city of Indonesia. Besides making connection by meeting new people, a huge part of the experience in meeting new people is to get to know another person's experience. Learning more about the people around you, like from lecturers and friends on campus, helps you to understand the bigger pictures of life and to make you be ready for the professional world.
Universitas Trisakti offers dual degree bachelor programs and exchange programs with several prestigious universities in the Netherlands, the United Kingdom, and the United States.
People brave, and make the first move. Joining clubs, volunteering, and meeting people in a new environment are also a great way to find those who have similar interests with you. The lecturers in Trisakti encourage us students to discuss a lot, not only theoretically, but lecturers will share their experience and knowledge in real life to make sure you understand your studies.
Hello there, my name is Stijn Hoogloning. I just finished my study abroad over here at Trisakti University. It's a great place to study. Everybody's very friendly, lessons are good. They provide some flexibility to travel around over here. So I had the chance to explore Indonesia. If you're searching for a great experience for your study abroad, definitely come to KI. Thank you.
The Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Trisakti offer 13 study programs, which include vocational, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs.
Student exchange program will give more experiences for the student because they will study about one semester in a partner university, such as HU University of Applied Science Utrecht. They will learn different way of study, different cultures, and many more. Our student becoming successful graduate who has international minded, good emotional equation, but still appreciate their local value.
In 2017, the Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Trisakti opened a new campus area in Sentul City, Bogor. Located about 60 kilometers south of Jakarta, Bogor is home to one of the world's largest botanical gardens, as well as the Bogor Presidential Palace.
For us here, teaching it should be from the heart, with a passion, and engaging with our students should be treated as a family. They are our future, and we are a part of their generation. Hence, we are not only sharing the knowledge, but also life experiences and develop the integrated thinking. We are developing a life-balanced environment so that our students will be able to recognize the beauty of the nature, respect to the differences, and they will have more love, more compassion, and more gentleness with all the academic journey they are having at our faculty.
Graduating from international class program, Universitas Tisakti gave me numerous advancements because international class provide experienced lecturers not only from Universitas Tisakti but also from many other universities around the world, such as Australia, United States, Netherlands, and United Kingdom. Lecturers will share experience and knowledge, not only theoretically, but also in real-life experience.
Our commitment is to ensure that student experience studying with us enables them to transform their life and the society. We seek to cultivate a strong research and entrepreneurial culture relevant to the needs of society, also preparing highly qualified graduates that have a sustainable development perspective. We strive toward an international standard faculty while keeping local values in developing knowledge to improve the nation's quality of life.
Universitas Trisakti is one of the most reputable universities in Indonesia, which was established by the government of Indonesia on November 29, 1965. Today, Universitas Trisakti has been accredited with A status and has a 3 stars rating by QS Stars.
My name is Sekat Mayangsari, and I am a head of Master of Accounting Study Program, Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Trisakti. This program established in 2001 and now has already got ISO certification and also get a very good accreditation from National Accreditation Agency for Higher Education Indonesia. We have several co-partnerships in international level, such as the Institute of Management Accountant, United States, and also we have co-partnership with the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association. We also have a joint research with Asia Pacific Accounting Education Work Group and also University of Technology Mara, Malaysia. Related with education, our curriculum is in line with the current and future need. In mandatory courses, we have Sustainable Accounting course, Big Data course, and also Digital Accounting course, which all of them needed in the 5.0 era. For voluntary courses, we developed several concentrations, such as audit, consists of internal audit, and also external audit and forensic audit. We also have financial reporting and taxation concentration, information system concentration, accounting and business syariah concentration, and also all the students can choose which one that align with their interests and also with their goals. All lecturers are very qualified in academia background and also in experience, as some of them as practitioners also, and they are also have international qualification. Please join us, Master of Accounting Study Program, Universitas Trisakti.
Hi, I'm Yoga from the Master of Accounting Study Program, Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Trisakti. I'm fully responsible for the Secretariat Master of Accounting. I manage the assisting management of administration, facility, and infrastructure in carrying out international standard lecture and learning. We already have the facility and infrastructure to support the need of international standard lecture and learning, including classroom, library, reading room, laboratory. In addition, for disability students, we have also prepared facility and infrastructure, including the special way to the Secretariat Master of Accounting, parking space and area, special toilet, and special officer to helpful. That are some of my roles and responsibility as a head of the Secretariat at the Master of Accounting, Faculty and Business, Universitas Trisakti. Thank you very much and see you at the Secretariat Master of Accounting, Faculty, Economic and Business, Universitas Trisakti.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our online event, Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association 2023 Conference. To start, I would like to welcome to the Honorable Professor Susumo Ueno as the Board of Director of Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, Professor Norma Umar as the Deputy Chair of Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, Professor Kadar Shah as Rector of Universitas Trisakti and all the Vice Rector, Professor Insinyur Asih Nugrahanti, MS PhD IPU as Academic Vice Rector of Universitas Trisakti, Dr. Yolanda Masnita as Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Trisakti, and all the Vice Dean, Dr. Sekar Mayang Sari as the Conference Chair of Universitas Trisakti, Professor Grahita Chandrarin as the Conference Co-Chair of Universitas Merdeka Malang, invited speakers, presenters, moderators, and discussants, and lastly, thank you to all participants at our event today. We're delighted to have you all here. My name is Adina Raisa Putri from Faculty of Economic and Business, Universitas Trisakti, and I'll be a master of ceremony for today's event. Now, I'm in Minangkabau traditional outfit. It's called Baju Kurung. This is representing the rich culture of West Sumatra, Indonesia, known for its vibrant colors with intricate designs, and this attire symbolizes the Minangkabau pride and it's worn at special occasions. With that, let us begin our packed agenda for today with a range of speakers who are experts in their respective fields. We will also have interactive sessions where you will have the opportunity to ask questions and share your thoughts. But first, let's start by singing our national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Next, we will have opening remarks from Professor Susumo Ueno as the Board of Director of Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association. For Professor Susumo Ueno, the time is yours. Sorry, sir, we can't hear you. You can open the microphone. We still can't hear you, sir.
Okay, now
Yes.
it's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Time is
Okay.
yours.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 APMAA Annual Conference. I'm Susumu Ueno, chairperson of the APMAA Board of Directors. It's my pleasure to have you all around the world joining us to APMAA 2023 annual meeting. This year's theme is Challenges and Opportunities to Management Accounting in the Digital Era. The Trisakti University, the most reputational private university in Indonesia, is providing the Zoom platform today. APMAA has held in-person annual conference since its foundation in 2004. In 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic forced us to suspend its annual in-person conference planned at the University Technology Mara, Malaysia. To connect our members during the pandemic, the University Technology Mara had 8 webinars from October to November 2020, which were a great success. Building on this success, we conducted the full online annual conference in Indonesia, November 2021. In November 2022, the Dr. Pandit University, Thailand, conducted the annual conference in a hybrid mode, in person and online. At the Qatar meeting 2019, we chose Xi'an University in China as our co-host for this year's annual conference. The school planned to have a 2023 conference in a hybrid mode. However, they withdrew from the co-host position in early August, 2.5 months ago. We promptly sought alternative school that could provide a platform for this year's conference. Fortunately, Professor Sakamani Sari, Tisakti University offered an entire online platform. I greatly appreciate her generous decision to co-host this year's conference. This is the third time in Indonesian chapter has provided us with an annual conference platform. The first was the in-person conference in 2015. The second was the online conference in 2021 during the COVID pandemic. I also want to note that the Indonesian team hosted APMAA webinars in 2021, 22, and July this year. Thank you, Indonesian chapter members, for the massive contribution to APMAA activities. Yesterday, we completed the doctoral colloquium successfully. APMAA has attached the highest importance to the academic paper sessions. Our annual conference policy is quality is first, return to the origin. To implement the conference policy, APMAA introduced a discussion system to all scholarly presentations at the 2010 annual conference held at National Taiwan University. At the annual conference held in Nagoya, Japan in 2013, we first introduced the Microsoft Conference Management Toolkit, CMTs, for the parallel sessions. This year, we received 34 submissions for the academic paper sessions and accepted 23 papers for presentation. 23 volunteer reviewers worked on the paper review. We all allocated this afternoon and entire day of tomorrow to the academic paper sessions. Immediately after this opening ceremony, we will hold a plenary session with 3 Chinese professors addressing the conference scene. Professor Long Han, Fudan University, Professor Nan Hu, Xi'an University, and Professor Yaxin Chen, Xiamen University. They're the speakers. Tomorrow afternoon, we will hold a forum addressing how Asian Pacific Management Accounting Association has survived. Speakers are Professor Seka Mayansari, Trisakti University, Indonesia, Professor Mohammed El Gamal, Qatar University, Qatar, Dr. Farhana Begum, Bangladesh Ministry of Education, and Susumu Ueno, Honan University, Japan. APMAA 2023 would not have been possible without the dedication and hard work of the authors who submit their research products. Their valuable contributions have played a pivotal role in shaping this conference. Dear paper reviewers, discussants, moderators, and invited speakers, I sincerely thank you for your role in enriching the conference content and discussions. Your expertise and commitment are deeply appreciated. A special note of gratitude goes to the dedicated members of the Trisakti University team. Their unwavering support and the provisions of an invaluable platform have made this conference a reality. In particular, I'd like to thank Professor Seka Mayansari for her exceptional leadership and contributions. On behalf of APMAA board, I thank the entire Tisakti team members for the outstanding support. I'm confident that the 2023 conference will be a tremendous success, and I look forward to the enriching experience and knowledge it will bring. I'm sure all of us will enjoy this conference very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Susumueno, for your opening remarks. And next, we have Head of Institute of Indonesian Chartered Accountants, Professor Dian Agustia, CA, CMA.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to our honorable guests and all those who participate in today's Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association Conference 2023. First, I would like to convey my sincerest gratitude to our honor speaker and organizer, Rector of Universitas Trisakti, Professor Kadarsah Suryadi, Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, Board Chair Professor Susunu Ueno, Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association 2023 Chair, Associate Professor Sekar Mayansari, Professor Paul Scarborough from Brock University, Canada, Professor Rong Huang from Fudan University, China, Professor Nan Hu from Chiatong University, China, Professor Yan Zheng Chen from Xiamen University, China. I would also like to thank the rest of the organizer and all the participants. Without your time and effort, this event could not have taken place. The grand theme of this conference is challenges and opportunities to management accounting in the digital era. Only by addressing properly the challenges and leveraging to opportunities given, management accountant can play pivotal role of guiding organization towards sustainable growth in the digital era. Some of the key obvious challenges are the data management complexity, technology integration, and cybersecurity risks. On the other hand, the digital era opened up significant opportunities regarding enhanced data analytics, streamlined process, real-time reporting, and global connectivity. It is essential for us to overcome these challenges together and fully utilize the opportunities. We are hoping that collectively we can learn from each other, and we should be able to gain valuable lessons. I hope your discussion will be both productive and enjoyable. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dian Agustia, for your opening remarks. And next, we will have Professor Dr. Kadarsa Suryadi, DEA. Opening remarks from Rector of Universitas Trisakti will be presented by Professor Insinyur Asri Nugahanti, MS, PhD, IPU, as Vice Rector of Universitas Trisakti. For Professor Asri Nugahanti, the time is yours.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Very good morning from Jakarta, Indonesia. The Honorable Prof. Susumono as Board of Director APMAA. The Honorable Prof. Norma Umar as Chair of APMAA Board of Director. The Honorable Chairman of Indonesia Chartered of Accountants, Prof. Dian Agustia, the Honorable Rector of Trisakti, Prof. Kadarsa, and Vice Rector, Prof. Komsiah, Prof. Eri, and Pak Yoska. Dean of Faculty of Economics and Business, Dr. Yolanda Masnita, and Vice Dean, Dr. Husna Laila, Dr. Titi Aryati, Mr. Abu, and Prof. Asep. The Honorable all Senior Directors APMAA, and the Honorable all presenters, moderators, discussants, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We thank God Almighty for His blessing and mercy, so that we all can gather here virtually to participate in this occasion Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association Conference. First, I apologize because our rector cannot attend the opening ceremony because of another critical agenda. And allow me, the academic vice rector, to give a welcoming speech. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome to Universitas Trisakti virtually and to the 2023 APMAA full online conference. Thank you for trusting us to co-host the incredible conference. Universitas Trisakti is one of the best private universities in Indonesia. It was established in 1965, so it is 58 years old. We have 9 faculties and 51 study programs, including vocational, professional, undergraduate, and postgraduate. Most of them already got international recognition. We also have an international study program, and the number of students in Trisakti University is around 20,000. As part of our commitment, we always encourage our students, lecturers, and even our academic staff to take part at the international.
Sorry, Prof. Asri, you were on mute. Now we can hear you again. Yeah.
Continuous involvement in incredible international activities, or even is an essential strategic plan to penetrate to the global education market. I believe the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Conference will be a bridge to getting to know each other, and maybe someday each member of APMAA can benefit it. Hopefully, in the future, there will be student and exchange or lecture exchange among members of APMAA. Lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Board of Directors of APMAA, Prof. Oeno, Prof. Norma, FA Dean, and the Trisakti Conference team, led by Dr. Sekar Mayangsari, for your hard work. I know this conference only had 2 months of preparation. Once again, thank you for the team. Strong leadership and solid cooperation made this conference happen. Thank you, Ibu Sekar Mayangsari. Have nice day and discussion time. Thank you. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Asri, for your opening remarks. And the last, we will have Dr. Sekar Mayangsari as the conference chair from Universitas Trisakti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, I'm using national clothes from Sumatra Island. Very good morning from Indonesia to the Honorable Professor Oeno as Board of Chair Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, the Honorable Professor Norma as Deputy Chair of Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association Board of Directors, the Honorable Chairman of Institute of Indonesia Chartered of Accountant, Professor Dian Agustia, the Honorable our Rector, Universitas Trisakti, Professor Kadarsah, and Vice Rectors, Prof. Asri, Prof. Komsia, Prof. Eri, and Mr. Yoska, the Honorable Dean of Faculty of Economic and Business, Dr. Yolanda Masnita, and Vice Deans, Dr. Husna Laila, Dr. Titi Ariati, Mr. Abu Bakar, and Prof. Asep Hermawan. The Honorable Rectors co-host University, Universitas Merdeka Malang and Universitas Udayana, the Honorable All Senior Director, Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association Conference, the Honorable all presenters, moderators, discussion, and participants. Welcome to the 18th APMAA Online Conference 2023. My name is Sekar Mayangsari. I'm from Universitas Trisakti and as a APMAA 2023 Conference Chair. It is my greatest honor to have you all at this conference. Today is the second day of the APMAA 2023 conference. After yesterday, we had a great time during doctoral colloquium session that hosted by University of Merdeka Malang. This year, the APMAA conference raised issue about the challenges and opportunities and management accounting in the digital era. Digitalization has changed many things on any side of our life. We find it much more accessible, but on the other side, we face some challenges. Just like the common philosophy that there is always a good side and any bad situation, or vice versa. This also happens in management accounting. Turbulent changes caused by technology change our organization or firms and then influence the flow of manufacturing process in an efficient way. Through this conference, we will get insight about how technology impacts on many countries or entities. Based on the research results, we hope the participants will get positive insight to improve their knowledge, their environment, and their society. Dear all distinguished participants, the total number of attendees is about 130, and they come from 18 countries, namely Indonesia, Japan, Malaysia, Canada, Singapore, Bangladesh, Taiwan, France, Germany, China, Vietnam, Australia, Thailand, Korea, Qatar, Poland, Lithuania, and Sweden. There are 23 papers that will be presented in parallel session, and we have 3 papers will be presented in plenary session and 4 papers in forum session. So in total, we have 30 presented papers. And the topic not only in management accounting, but covers broad perspective. Lastly, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the Board of Directors of Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, Professor Susumu Ueno, who has given us much advice, help, and support during the preparation of this conference. I extend my gratitude to Professor Norma Omar, my co-chair, Professor Grahita, Professor Dian, and also our partner co-host, Rector of University of Merdeka Malang, and also Rector of Udayana University for all the supports. Special thank you to our Rector, Professor Kadasa, all Vice Rectors, Dean, Dr. Yolanda Masnita, and all Vice Deans who have always supported in any activities, especially at the international level. Thank you to all reviewers who worked hard to supervise and review all submitted papers, including providing constructive suggestions to improve the paper's quality. Thank you to all participants, moderators, discussion, presenters, co-moderators, and of course, to my great support team. Now, I would like to invite all of you to enjoy the Asia Pacific Management Accounting ASEAN Conference for the whole 2 days. Even without a meal and spectacular gala dinner, I hope you will still get another excellent moment while sharing knowledge and expanding your international network. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sekar Mayangsari, for your opening remarks. And now, we will have the group photo sessions. Please stay in your camera and follow the instructions from the event staff. For slide 1, in 3, 2, 1. And the next, in slide 2, in 3, 2, 1. Next, slide 3, in 3, 2, 1. Next, slide 4. Okay. Now, our first plenary session will begin at featuring as the moderator, Professor Paul Scarborough from Brock University, Canada, followed by our speaker for today, Professor Rong Huang from School of Management, Fudan University, China, Professor Nan Hu from Xianjiantong University, China, and the last, we will have Professor Yang Seng Chen from School of Management, Xiamen University, China. And now, let's present from all the speakers. And next, we will have Prof. Paul Scarborough to be our moderator today. For Paul Scarborough, the session is yours. Sorry, Prof, you can unmute your microphone first. Sorry, we can still hear you.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
I just got the message on how to do that. So let me share my screen.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hello, welcome to this year's conference of APMAA. We have an exciting presentation for you today. Three outstanding presentations by authors who are leading the field in using certain types of technology. So we have actually both, as we've said, challenges and opportunities in the digital area. So all three of these speakers will address this issue directly. One of the aspects of this is to see if we can understand a little bit more about the development of some of these issues in China. Most of the presentations that you'll hear are focusing on the content of their research. It would be interesting if our presenters can also comment on the interaction of being a Chinese professor in China and also interacting with the worldwide research discipline to see what the world brings to China and what China can bring to the world. And we can see in the papers that we'll see in just a few minutes that they're quite innovative, and they have, in all cases, extended a lot of what we know about management accounting, and also very important techniques. What we will have is three different presentations, as was just mentioned. Ron Wang, professor from Fudan University, Nan Hu from Jianjiaotong University, and Yashing Chen from Xiamen University, which is a prior location of APMAA conference. One of our prior conferences was in Xiamen, which is fantastic. We had Professor Hu there. I want to outline how the session will go. We're going to have 35 minutes for each presentation, and then 5 minutes for question and answer after the end of the presentation. In that Q&A at the end of the presentation, we ask you to use the chat for your questions, and the professor giving the presentation will look at them, and I will also be scanning them to see if we can call to their attention some of the questions. And we also ask you to ask a question only one time so that other people will have an opportunity to ask a question. So time to start. The first presentation is by Professor Ron Wang, Professor, School of Management, Fudan University. He's actually the Lida-san Endowed Chair at the School of Management. Excuse me, she is the Lida-san in of Dallas. Before joining Fudan, she was a tenured associate professor at Brooke College, City University of New York. So, evidently she likes big cities, going from the center of New York down in Manhattan to these other big cities in China. Very exciting. Her research focus includes digital assets, performance evaluation, incentive contracting, and cost management. She serves as associate editor for the Journal of Accounting, Auditing, and Finance, and editorial member of Management Accounting Research, the journal. She has published 12 papers in UTD 24 and FT 50 top accounting and management journals, including Management Science, The Accounting Review, Journal of Accounting Research, Production and Operations Management, Review of Accounting Studies, and Contemporary Accounting Research, which is my favorite because it's from Canada, and I'm in Canada. So I think that's the best one because it's Canadian. Her research has been featured in a number of popular journals. So this is a good indication that some of what she does in the academic setting is of interest to practitioners, is that the results of her research has appeared in journals such as The Economist, Forbes, Financial Times, Harvard Law School Forum, and the Columbia Law School Forum. And she is also a board director and consultant for many Chinese companies and research institutions. So, Professor Wang, I'm going to stop sharing my screen right now and ask you to weigh in. And I will, because I'm the manager of this, I'm going to start my timer so that we can keep us all on track. It's a busy day. Thank you very much, Professor Wang.
Thank you, Professor Scarborough. Let me share my screen. Okay, I hope everyone can see my slides.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, I would like to thank the conference organizer for inviting me to attend this exciting conference of APMAA 2023. So the title of my speech would be the application of new technology in management accounting research. So I'm gonna talk about 3 studies that I am currently working on, and which are using the new technology to resolve some of the management accounting research questions. So the first study, titled Strategic Positioning and Operational Consequence of Cloud Computing. So as we all know, cloud computing has been widely adopted during the past decade, and some statistics show that the worldwide end user spending on cloud services, and this is only counting the public cloud services, has grown substantially and reaching $494.7 billion, which is a very significant increase from 2021. And I am giving an example here. Netflix actually invested in cloud services for at least 7 years, and they have shown significant improvement in service availability and quality. So let's first think about what is cloud computing. So this is a definition by National Institute of Standards and Technology, which states that cloud computing is a model of shared computing resources. So this actually includes network, server, storage, and this sharing of computing resources can improve firms' efficiency and reduce cost, as well as promote innovation. So what we're trying to study here is what kind of specific business purposes actually drive the adoption of cloud computing, and how about the operational consequence of this adoption. So we have examined the literature and found that there's very limited research on these research questions. So we're going to look at the following 2 questions. One is whether a firm's strategic positioning would affect the company's cloud computing decision, and how about the operational consequence of this adoption decision. So the general strategic framework we are using is the famous Potter's framework, which actually states that there are 2 types of strategies. One is cost leadership, the other is differentiation. The cost leadership actually states that firms are focusing on cutting costs, save cost, improving efficiency, and through optimizing their operational procedures such as automation and additional investment in this kind of cost-saving procedures within the company. And differentiation strategy focuses on differentiating a company's product and services from competitors through either innovation or providing high quality service to customers. So we think that cloud computing can actually contribute to companies' value enhancing depending on what kind of strategies the company is adopting. So the methodology of measuring cloud computing is through textual analysis, as we don't really know whether the company adopts cloud computing or how much the company spends on cloud computing. So we have to rely on a company's public disclosure, the 10K filings. So this is actually from a sample of US firms, and we define the cloud computing as an indicator variable in which when the number of cloud-related keywords in item 7, the MD&A, Management Discussion and Analysis section, and if the number of keywords is larger or equal to 5, then we define this cloud computing variable, cloud adoption variable, as 1 and 0 otherwise. Of course, we have also used other additional measures by changing this cutoff point, and we find qualitatively similar results. So as we can see from this example, this company talks about Google Cloud Platform, and they use cloud services, and another company talks about the Amazon Web Services. So we actually validate our measure using a survey to make sure that this variable actually captures the company's extent of cloud adoption. And the way of measuring the company's strategic positioning is also through textual analysis. But this method is a bit more involved than simply counting the number of keywords. So we use machine learning method, which is called the LDA method. This method is actually used to extract the exposure of the topics of cost leadership and differentiation. So we first conduct cognitive experiments with 51 MBA students to ask them to sort of classify different keywords into cost leadership and differentiation. And we also rely on classic papers and textbooks by Potters and other scholars to define the cost leadership and differentiation strategy. So by doing that, we are able to extract the extent of strategic positioning for each company using their 10K filings. So this method actually computes the discrete probability distribution of words for each topic, and we could figure out how much reliance each company actually has on either cost leadership or differentiation strategies. And we can take a look at the excerpts of item 7, some examples here. For example, this is a company which we classify as focusing on cost leadership strategy. So as we can see from the discussion here, it talks a lot about cost reduction, reducing cost, cost savings, improving efficiency, which is consistent with our expectation. And this is another example about the focus on differentiation strategy. So this company's 10K filings, Apple talks a lot about innovation, unique ability to design products, and R&D spending, marketing, technology, and which is also a clear indication that the company is focusing on differentiation strategy. So the measure also shows a very high value on differentiation strategy. So this is the main result, and we find that compared to firms that do not have a clear strategic positioning, cost leadership do adopt cloud computing with a higher probability, and similarly, differentiation firms also adopt cloud computing much more extensively compared to firms without a clear strategic positioning. However, the consequence of adopting the cloud computing technology might be different for these two types of firms. So the consequence result shows that. So this is the consequence of improving operational efficiency. So this is more like a productivity measure that focuses on the company's internal efficiency in terms of its operations. And we find that for cost leader groups, when they adopt cloud computing, they are able to improve their operation efficiency. However, we do not find this phenomena for differentiator group. So this evidence shows that cloud computing can help cost leaders to achieve their purpose of improving operational efficiency, but not so much for differentiators. So turning to the differentiators, we look at the innovation activities. For example, number of patents they apply and number of patents were granted. So we find that cloud computers focusing on differentiation strategies tend to improve their innovative activities after the adoption, but we do not observe this phenomenon for cost leaders. So this again confirms that differentiators adopt cloud computing for the purpose of improving their innovation, and they are able to achieve this purpose after adopting this technology. So in general, the findings are that firms need to have a clear strategic positioning when they adopt cloud computing. And if they focus on cost leadership, cloud computing can help them enhance operational efficiency. And if they focus on differentiation, and cost leadership can help them enhance innovativeness. If a firm does not have a clear strategic positioning, then the overall consequence of adoption, as well as the determinants, as well as the adoption decision would be unclear. And we think this study has several managerial implications. For example, it can guide managers' decision-making regarding cloud transformation and can help managers obtain support for cloud usage, and also help managers to assess the technical advantages of cloud computing during this transformation scheme. So that's the first study I would like to share. And the second study uses the Chinese data. We're looking at the digitalization and dynamic productivity improvement. And we're using a technique called data envelopment analysis and Malmquist analysis. So these are the research questions. We're trying to see whether companies adopting digitalization technologies such as ABCD, artificial intelligence, big data, those digital technologies, whether these companies can generate persistent productivity growth in China. And we look at the degree of digitalization and decompose that into two components. One is called the innovation effect. So this is more like the technological efficiency change, which talks about the total improvement in the best performer of the industry. So whether the best performer actually shows an enhancement in their productivity. So that's the first effect. Second effect is the relative efficiency, which talks about the catching up effect. So this is the effect of an average company. How does an average company compare with the best performer? So we call this catching up effect. And these two effects can be combined together to show the total productivity change. So our purpose is to look at whether the digitalization degree can lead to productivity change, and whether this change can be decomposed into innovation effect and catching up effect. And we also look at a third effect, which is called the Matthew effect. So this would actually compare the effect for digital leaders versus those for digital followers, and see whether this improvement actually concentrates on the leaders in the market. So this is the technique, the model we're using. We're interested in whether adopting those digitalization technology can enhance a firm's productivity from A0 to AT, and that's the total productivity change. And further, we're going to decompose this productivity change into the technological efficiency change, which would be the difference between S0 and ST. So that's the production frontier. We're trying to see whether the best performer of the industry can also experience and enhancement in productivity. And the second component is the relative efficiency change. So we're trying to see whether the distance between A0 and S0 has been changed from the distance between AT and ST. So this is the relative position of the company towards the best performer of the industry. So we're trying to look at three things. One is the productivity change. Second is the technological efficiency change. And third is the relative efficiency change. So we would classify these as innovation effect and catching up effect. And our measure of the degree of digitalization is again based on textual analysis approach. So we look at the word frequency of keywords for a sample of Chinese publicly listed Chinese firms between 2015 and 2020. So this is the time period when a lot of Chinese firms are focusing on digitalization, their internal performance. We divide the keywords into three groups relating to organization, operation, and value chain. As we could see, they include different digital technology keywords such as cloud, data visualization, green computing, and artificial intelligence, deep learning, digital marketing, as well as blockchain technology, Internet of Things, and big data. So this measure is actually well established among the studies in China. So we use this measure to capture the degree of digitalization for Chinese firms. And our main results are as following. So we use the DEA Malmquist measure to decompose productivity change into technological efficiency change. So this is the best performer, change in the productivity of best performer. And this is the relative efficiency change. So that's the catching up effect. So we find that for a company adopting digitalization technology in year T+1, they will experience a significant productivity change in year T. And both of these technological efficiency change and relative efficiency change will be improved. And we also find a Matthew effect, which shows that the leader of the industry would actually experience more improvement in all these three components: productivity change, technological efficiency change, and relative efficiency change compared with the followers. So we show both the technology innovation effect as well as the catching up effect. And this effect is stronger for digital leaders, which would experience 2.54 times higher effect than that of the followers. So to summarize the second study, we find that digitalization has a significant impact on a company's productivity growth in China. And it's actually driven by both the innovation effect and the catching up effect. So both the industry best performer and the average firms, they experience a significant growth. However, this growth is concentrated in digital leaders. So we find that digital leaders enjoy the benefit much more. It's 2.5 times higher. And this higher growth is actually exhibited in both technological efficiency and relative efficiency change compared to followers. So that's the second study. And third study I would like to share is titled Market Reaction to CEO's Dynamic Hemifacial Asymmetry of Expression, a Machine Learning Approach. So what we're trying to see is whether the CEO's expression changes shown on CNBC's corporate earnings interviews will actually affect investors' trading behavior. So whether investors would pay attention to CEO's expression shown on the interview, and especially we focus on something called dynamic hemifacial asymmetry of expressions. So I will explain what this means. So what is hemifacial asymmetry of expression? So this actually captures the expression intensity of on one side of human face relative to the other side. So basically, this person does not show symmetric expressions between his left hemiface and right hemiface. If we just draw a line in between, we could see that on the right hemiface, he has an expression, a neutral expression. So doesn't have much expression that we can tell. But on the left hemiface, he actually has a sad expression. So in the psychology study, it actually, there's a large literature showing the evidence that this hemifacial asymmetry of expression has something to do with a person's trustworthiness or perceived trustworthiness. So when someone talks to another person and he or she would pay attention to the expression asymmetry and try to draw some conclusion of the trustworthiness of the speakers. So basically, it's the higher, stronger hemifacial asymmetry is actually linked to the deliberate facial expressions. So as we could see here, the person has two smiles, and this spontaneous smile would reflect human instinctive response, and through the extrapyramidal system. So actually, if the person is smiling spontaneously, the asymmetry would be lower. So basically, it's more symmetric in terms of expression. But for a person that exhibits deliberate smile, this is actually related to his or her posed or voluntary action. So he's trying to pose the smile, which would make the expression more asymmetric because it's actually controlled by the pyramidal system. So a lot of the studies, neural studies as well as psychology studies show that deliberate facial expression would exhibit stronger hemifacial asymmetry of emotions than the spontaneous facial expressions. So that's basically what we're basing our study on. So we would actually try to capture the manager, the CEO's hemifacial asymmetry of expression using the videos and using the machine learning method. So the first step we're doing is we extract videos related to CEO earnings announcement from CNBC's website, and we download these videos. And we use this data source because this is the one of most popular media programs. And in this interview, the CEO would specifically focuses on discussing corporate earnings news. So we could actually control for the contents of the video. And we can also see CEO's prompt responses to the interviewer's question. So we see this interaction and we can find some genuine expressions and try to infer whether there is higher or lower facial asymmetry of expressions. So this is an example. We extract the CEO Jason Robbins on Q1 earnings results. So that's the first step. And second step, among all the videos we have extracted between 2015 and 2020, we delete some videos that do not have any content related to the CEO's own firms. So maybe the CEO is talking about industry peers, so we don't think that's comparable. So we just delete all these firms, and also delete some observations with no company identification. And if the video was released beyond the 0 to 2 days relative to earnings announcement. So the information is not that timely, not that closely related to earnings announcement. After all of these steps, we have obtained a final sample of 366 videos. And number 3, we are, in order to measure this hemifacial asymmetry of expression, we use Python to extract 24 image frames per second. So each video lasts for about 5 minutes. And for each video, we actually extract 24 image frames per second. And this is much more than the prior studies. Usually they use 1 static image frame per second or 5 image frames per second. So we get more detailed information on the emotion change using 24 image frames per second. And third, we need to locate the CEO's face from the video. So we train the machine to do that. We use machine learning algorithm of convolutional neural networks, CNN, to train the machine. So first, feed the pictures to the machine and capture the individual's face using face landmarks. So there are many face landmarks would determine a person's face. And after doing this training, the computer can correctly recognize this person and be able to capture the person we would like to find out. So the machine can correctly identify this is the person we would like to extract, and that's not the person we are interested in studying. So this method would be using CNN to do facial recognition to find the CEO from the video. And third, we're measuring the hemifacial emotion and try to code them. So for each individual, typically psychology would classify the emotion into 7 categories. So these are angry, disgust, fear, happy, sad, surprise, and neutral. So we're trying to compute the difference between the right hemiface and the left hemiface in terms of the emotions. So to do this, we actually align the face vertically to on the vertical angle, and we segment the face image into left and right hemifaces, and we would construct a composite face. So basically by copying the left face again and put on the right, and copying the right hemiface again, put on the left. As we can see by looking at the difference between these two, there is a big discrepancy in terms of the emotion. So we do that along the 7 emotion, and this is actually, and then we do a score of the emotions along each hemiface. This is done using an algorithm called visual geometry group. So we use that to code the emotion for left and right hemifaces. And after doing that, we actually get all the 7 emotions. For each emotion, we could find the asymmetry between the left and the right hemiface. So we take the absolute value of the asymmetry along the 7 emotions, and we do that for each picture of each video. So there's a large number of measures for along the 7 emotions, and we can compute the hemifacial asymmetry for each image along the 7 emotions. And finally, we want to aggregate this total hemifacial asymmetry shown by a CEO. So we aggregate them among 7 emotions, and so for each emotion we calculate the average asymmetry by crossing the 7 emotions, and for each video we then aggregate them again. So we get the degree of hemifacial asymmetry and CEO show on each interview video by doing this aggregation. So that's our central measure of hemifacial asymmetry of expressions. Okay, and then we look at the market reaction to CEO's hemifacial asymmetry. So in other words, whether the investors pay attention to this expression, the asymmetry. And the result is shown in the following table. So we look at the CAR, cumulative abnormal returns, of between 0 and 2 days around the interview days. And we actually find that for a firm has high facial asymmetry shown by its CEO on the CNBC interview video, the market would actually react negatively. So meaning that investors would discount this the news discussed by the CEO, because investors sort of think that the CEO is not that trustworthiness, consistent with the conclusion from the psychology. And we controlled for other factors that might affect the company's market response. And this phenomena is especially strong for positive news subsample, which shows that when a CEO is discussing something with positive news, then the investor is more likely to distrust the content he was talking about by looking at the asymmetry, the emotions show on the CNBC interview video. So they're trying to discount the good news delivered by these CEOs with high hemifacial asymmetry of expression. And next, we look at the earnings response coefficient. So this is basically, we're looking at the coefficient on earnings surprise. So typically when there's a positive earnings surprise and we see that there's a discount in this earnings response coefficient. So that's consistent with the main analysis where investors would actually discount the news delivered by CEOs with high facial asymmetry expression. And this phenomena is especially pronounced for positive news subsample. So again, for a CEO with high hemifacial asymmetry of expressions, investors seems to distrust the good news delivered by this CEO. And we also look at the abnormal spread between 0 to 2 days. So we show that abnormal spread is higher. So typically when investors, they have some disagreement for a firm's information, they would exhibit high abnormal spread. So we show that the abnormal spread is actually higher for a CEO exhibiting large hemifacial asymmetry of expressions in CNBC's interview video. So that shows that investors seem to discount the news delivered by this kind of CEO and try to place more emphasis on the investor's own private information. So this would lead to higher disagreement and more abnormal spread. And we also look at analysts. So if investors seem to discount CEOs' news when they exhibit high hemifacial asymmetry, what about analysts? Because analysts are more sophisticated players on the capital market. Do they also exhibit the same behavior? And we actually find that analysts do revise down their forecast when they see a higher hemifacial asymmetry show on CNBC's interview video. So which indicates that analysts also seem to discount the news delivered by CEOs with this feature of high hemifacial asymmetry of expressions. And this is especially concentrated in analysts with less experience. So if the analyst following this firm for less than 5 years, this phenomena is more pronounced. If an analyst has followed this firm for more than 5 years, so maybe he knows the firm better, so he knows that knows the CEO better, so he will not just concentrate on the expression asymmetry. So this effect is more concentrated.
Professor Wong, you have
yes.
5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. And the analyst will focus more on the hemifacial asymmetry when he or she has less experience. Okay, so in the interest of time, I am going to conclude. So this third study uses a machine learning approach of face detection and face expression recognition. And we use convolutional neural network method to measure CEO's expression, especially capture the dynamic hemifacial asymmetry. And we find that the stock market reacts negatively to the CEO's hemifacial asymmetry on the interview video. And this phenomena is more pronounced for favorable earnings news, which shows that the market seems to be discounting CEOs' news, the news delivered by CEO when they exhibit this feature. And we also show that abnormal beta spread around interview date is positively associated with this measure. And overall, it shows that investors distrust CEOs with high dynamic hemifacial asymmetry of expression and change their trading behavior. So I'm just going to give a quick summary of the 3 studies. Due to the rapid development of AI, blockchain, cloud computing, and big data, we think there are many new promising areas can be done in the management accounting research. For example, as we have demonstrated in our studies, researchers can use textual analysis, topic modeling, facial recognition, voice detection, machine learning approach, and to extract firm and managerial features. And this can be applied to examine various interesting questions, such as the impact of firm and managerial characteristics on cost decisions, on production efficiency, on innovative activities, and long-term performance of the firm. Okay, so that concludes my presentation, and thank you for your attention, and I look forward to more discussion with the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Wang. That was quite fascinating. If you have any questions, the chat is, I believe, open. I don't see anyone asking any questions yet, but we have 5 minutes for questions, and then we will move into our second presentation.
Okay. Should I start the sharing now?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
But while we're waiting, I found that very fascinating. I think it's a very clear example of pretty aggressive use of different methods at different times. One thing I thought that might actually, in one sense, that paper on the difference between differentiation and cost management, I think Porter's definition of cost management and differentiation, I think you could use that in a little bit more sophisticated way. One thing that Porter said was that, and he said it in the same chapter, was that all companies should be attempting to reduce costs significantly. There should be seeking efficiency is the baseline. Then he said on top of that, that if you choose to pass the efficiency off to your customer, that's cost leadership. If you choose to use that efficiency for differentiation, that's a different strategy. So his strategy was on top. The way he articulated it is those two strategies were on top of cost reduction. So cost leadership and differentiation both depend on cost reduction in his book. That, I think, as you look at this, might give you a different way to look at some of your data, because some of the differentiation companies probably are also pretty aggressively reducing costs. And if you sort of look at it in that way, you might actually find that your data speaks to you a little bit more clearly even than it did. And I thought I really enjoyed looking at that. I thought there were great results. I was thinking that they might even be more clear, if you could tease out that some of the differentiators are also pretty aggressive cost reducers at the same time. So,
right. Yeah, I think we can sort of revise the measure by maybe focusing on, building aside from the cost reduction, what are the additional differentiation keywords? Right. We actually observed that the keywords of cost efficiency, cost leadership are, more than differentiation. So that's consistent with your expectation, because all firms need to somehow control costs, and over and above that, they will differentiate their products either by being innovative or by providing high-end service. But this has to be done by controlling costs efficiently. Yeah. So I think we need to think about how to revise that measure to incorporate this idea. Yeah.
I think, your results already were good. I think that actually, if you can figure out how to do that, that would actually, my guess is make results even stronger. Because certainly the Japanese in the 1970s, 80s, and 90s, the Japanese came on very strong in the worldwide economy. And one way to think about what they did was they were sort of better at doing both of those at the same time than a lot of the established Western companies, because they were both innovative and focused on cost reduction simultaneously. So that,
like the just-in-time system, JIT system by Toyota, right? All those car manufacturers. Yeah,
that helped in cost reduction, and at the same time, they were also developing innovative new products. So sort of both at the same time. at least to a greater extent than we had seen previously in some of the Western companies. You know, they went further down that path. So it's just a different way to understand it.
Okay, right.
Well, yeah, thank you very much. It's time to move on to our next presentation. It'll take me just a second. I need to share my screen again and change my setup just a little bit. So I'll take a pause here while you can watch me share my screen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to be moving on to Professor Nan Hu. And some more technology, but yet another view of using technology in management accounting research. So the title is Reshaping the Influence of Natural Language Processing and Large Language Models for Management Accounting Research. Professor Hu is a professor in the Department of Accounting and Finance at Jiaotong University School of Management. Previously, he was at the University of Wisconsin Eau Claire. You know, all this Zoom stuff was, you know, over the last couple of years with COVID and Zoom, we've all become more flexible for strange noises that come. He was previously at the University of Wisconsin Eau Claire and at Singapore Management University. So wildly different experiences, which I'm sure have expanded his research knowledge and focus. He focuses on analyst forecast and information content, also executive compensation, valuation, and market efficiency. And of particular interest is sentiment mining and behavioral economics, and the information contents and value of non-traditional, meaning user-generated content rather than the prepared content that the accounting system itself produces. So he is published in journals such as the European Accounting Review, Applied Economics, Abacus, MIS Quarterly, and the Review of Quantitative Finance and Accounting, among several other very important journals. So at this point, I'd like to turn this over to Professor Hu. I'll stop sharing my screen, and if Professor Hu can...
Okay, thanks.
Actually, for the conference organizer, I suggest that you might mute everyone at this point. There's a little bit of noise creeping in.
Okay. Just one second.
Okay.
Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, so I'm going to start. Okay. So I think the way I present, actually, I think it's going to be a little bit different from Professor Huang's. I think I'm going to focus more on the method and the validation, but more important, I'm going to point out a lot of problems. Okay. So Professor Huang is really did a fantastic job talking about the value creation by management accounting and talk about like how NLP can apply to quantify different concepts related to the management accounting. So actually, our first we just focus on we really try to focus on like how to quantify the management accounting practice itself, right? So everyone talking about you can use in the machine learnings, you can use in the surveys, you can use in traditional method definitely will be the survey based, the field studies and case studies, right? But however, there's really sort of lacking this kind of larger scale things, right? So that's why we come in, we are saying, okay, can we really try to quantify management accounting practice? So management accounting practice actually is really hard to quantify because this is internal, there's no disclosure requirement, okay? And people cannot, and also a lot of people question about whether you can really using outside of things to quantify some internal stuff. So that's why we come back to the NLP and we come back to the languages. So the key thing is the language is the most common and reliable ways for people to translate internal thoughts and emotion into a form that others can understand, right? So that's why actually, anytime we talk about language, we talk about awareness. We're talking about whether they pay attention to this one, whether they are aware of this, so on and so forth. So that's why so for this study, we really try to do is that we try to use a very simple like frequency-based method, try to quantify the things. Then we are going to move into the large language models. Okay. So anyway, for this one, so we read all this kind of like a policy guidance, and also all this kind of accounting textbooks. So we come up with this kind of 7 dimensions. So we ask one simple questions: whether we can use in public disclosure to quantify these 7 dimensions, and how should we quantify it? So this is our framework. Our framework actually is really coming from the from here. So basically, we have 7 dimensions. So for each dimensions, we are going to combine the theory, which we call the seed word, with the machine learning, which is the word vectors. We combine them together and come up for each single dimension. We come up with the measurement of MAP, and we also have one idea of MAP. And we have one thing called cosine similarities. So then you can use you see the distance. You can use all kinds of distance, but however, cosine similarity is a very common use one. So that's we have ideal one on the right hand side, and then what common use is on left hand side, and the matching become fitting. Fitting really can become like value generations. And then so this is the place actually we believe because in the past couple of years, I think accounting feel a very high pressure from the the AI side, computer science side, statistics side. A lot of schools they really facing this kind of downsides. But right now we believe that with the with the large language model, with the NLP coming in, I think actually the game gets shift. Okay, later we are going to talk about why game shift. But anyway, so this is the place we're talking about. You should combine econometrics with machine learning. We know econometrics can focus on the beta head, right? Machine learning care about the y head, but econometrics care about the beta head, right? But right now we believe you should combine them together. So based on theory, you should come up your seeds word. Based on the word vector models, you should come up the similar words. Then combine both, you should become your final words list. From your final words list, you can come up the measurement, you can do the determinants, you can do the consequences. Okay, so this is the one example, right? Basically, based on the some kind of like measure accounting tools, we can come up with seeds word. Then we have the extending words. Then we're going to talk about the pure word frequency count doesn't matter. Actually, the most important thing is really you should do some kind of TF-IDF adjustment. The reason is very simple. It's not high frequency word is the most important thing. It's how often that word appear into many different companies. If every company is talking about the same concept, then that keywords really doesn't matter. Then we're talking about validity checking. Okay. So this is the part. Then basically that the whole framework is very simple. So basically we try to come up with fitting. Right? Fitting is really the idea versus the actual. And based on fitting, we do the value generations. So now let's come to the left-hand side. So for the frequency, we already talked about, we are going to combine the simple word frequency with word vector. So why should we do that, right? So everyone talking about the one hot encoding, talking about the word frequency, but we know if you based on one hot encoding to the frequency, right? Then you can do the backward models. But however, if you do backward, actually you come up one very simple questions, actually one simple problems, which is that a lot of words actually they have a similar meaning. However, you treat them as a independent or treat them as like totally strange to each other. For example, motel, hotel, actually they definitely have a high similarities, right? So that's why we need to come back to this Miklovas back to 2013, propose these things called word vector models. Basically, they are going to convert the word, right? Basically, what they are saying is that you should know a word by the company. It keeps basically that, for example, how do you know the meaning of the banking, right? Banking should be related to the price, regulation, so on and so forth, right? So that's why basically, for example, based on the into, you can predict how likely trading and banking can appear, besides into. Certainly you can do the other way around, right? So this, so this is the based on likelihood. You can max likelihood, but however, machine learning guy doesn't like the max likelihood. Basically, they are going to convert into the minimization problems. Okay, based on that, they have the word vector models. They have the two-way, right? Why it's skip grant and the other one. And then you can do some kind of training. Then you feed the data in. After you feed the data in, basically this is not really deep learning model. This is just a 3 layers input output. So middle layer is really the vector you're going to come up. So basically you can come up with a vector. For example, for this kind of company, then you can see, okay, this is the vector you can use to represent the company. And then this is the vector you can represent for the banana. So then you can find out, for example, what's the most similar word to a banana, what's most dissimilar words to banana, right? So after that, then you can, so this is what we come up, okay? So right now, for example, as a researcher, right, you might see, okay, we know company use a balance scorecard. But however, the problem is that the company, a lot of time, they might use different words to express the same meanings. So that's why, as a researcher, you cannot try to come up all the words by yourself, because you really cannot do this, right? You cannot come up with an exhaustive list. So this is the actual where the word vector model come in. You give them some kind of hint, then they told you said, okay, inside the company, this kind of for example, 10Q reports actually come using a lot of different words. For example, organizing performance, key performance, they have very similar to the balance scorecard. Okay, so based on the cis word, based on similar words, you come up your final words. Based on your final words, then you can do some kind of TF-IDF adjustment. So TF-IDF adjustment actually is very simple, as I just try to briefly explain. Basically, just the term frequency really doesn't matter. It's how often this words appear into multiple documents. The least, the better, right? Okay, so that's the thing. So after that one, then you come up with these 7 dimensions. Okay, so basically that, just you come up with this 7-dimension cost, investment budget, and so on and so forth. And then we talk about is that actually a lot of time when you do the doesn't matter whether you do machine learning or whether you do the word frequency, it's really sort of like it's box models. Okay, so we really don't know what you are measuring right now. So that's why we are saying, okay, we should do all these kind of things. Content validity based just means you read the content and saying, okay, whether what your intention to capture really reflect what you try to capture. Okay, so that's content. Converge just means because these are 7 dimensions, right? For 7 dimensions, then they should be related to different outcome variables. For example, the cost should be related to turnover. The investment should be linked to the MA, right? So if a company focus a lot about or talk about a lot about investment, then you should see they have a lot of MA activity going on. So this is exactly what we see here, right? Then you can talk about discrimination. Why because this is really multi-dimensional, right? For multi-dimension, we don't want them like load into 1 dimension. If they load into 1 dimension, why should we care about 7 dimensions? So that's why you can see we do some kind of correlation studies. You find out all the dimensions, they are related to each other. However, the correlation is not very high, right? They can do the persistence, reliability, and mobilities. So this part is really related to your assumptions. You really need to know, like, for example, for management accounting, if you believe this is an organization culture related, right? That means they shouldn't change too much from time to time. That's why you should see the persistence is very high. And you should see, like, if you inter-class just means if you put them, for example, high management accounting, for example, high cost dimensions and low cost dimension for one company, and then this company shouldn't change in their classification into other class very often, right? So that's why you should have very high intra-class correlation coefficients. They should have a low mobility, means they shouldn't change from one ranking to the other rankings. Okay, and then you can continue pushing this envelope by pushing this method, right? Then you can link this one to survey method, because a lot traditional a lot of researchers using the survey method to come up with a lot of measurement for the management accounting, even though they are based on the small scales. However, they really come up some kind of very nice response, right? Then you can link your text measure to the survey method, and you can say, oh, whether it's really confirm or maybe not confirming previous measurement. Okay, and then you can have some other stuff, right? For example, you can say, okay, this should change. How should this thing change? For example, for cost parts, right? When we go to the 2008, right? Actually, it's a global crisis, so companies should talk a lot about. So that's exactly the case, right? You can see the cost to talk about the most, right? Then when we go to the 2017-18, that's the where actually we see another recession coming. So that's why cost will come back up again, right? Then you can talk about for the different industry, how should it behave, and also then you can see, oh yeah, my measurement is really fitting with my 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 expectations. You can also do some kind of case studies, right? You can some kind of are very good on one dimension, not good on the other dimensions, and then you can see, oh, whether this radar graph is really reflect, and what your prior knowledge, right? Okay. So anyway, so this is so we will talk about the left hand side, and for the right hand side is the idea, management accounting practice. It's really based on the life cycle. Based on cash flow, you can come up company life cycle. Based on life cycle, you should say, okay, for different life cycle stage, right? Company should emphasize different management accounting practice, and also this is the ideal vectors. Then based on these 2 vectors, you have a actual vector and the ideal vectors, and then you can come up with things called cosine symmetry. After you have the cosine symmetry, you have this fitting. When you have the fitting, then you can say, okay, if they have a high fitting, maybe they are going to have a high earning performance. They are going to have a high inventory efficiency. They are going to have a low cost equity. You can link this one to a lot of things, right? Link to that, for example, merger acquisitions, link to the earnings management, linking to the earnings forecast. You can do all these kind of things. I think for this study, actually, we just try to say, okay, just based on simple backward models, right? And then you can already, estimate the or you can say we can find out a good proxy of the management accounting practice based on the public disclosures. So this is totally changing the game in the sense you don't need to just limit yourself to the survey or this kind of method. Okay. Okay, then now we are going to change the game to like a more advanced stage right now. Okay, so we know actually the diction method actually is not just stay on the frequency itself. They also can go be other things. For example, you can link to one thing called the COVID, right? You can talk about, for example, if you try to measure the firm level disclosure exposure to COVID, right? First, you can talk about like the frequency. However, then you can talk about, when I talk about this kind of concept, whether I have a very high sentiment, whether positive, negative, what's my sentiment. The third one is what's risk, so on and so forth. Okay. But however, I think this is still the old method. Right now, this with a large language model coming in, I think the whole thing can change, right? So that's the frequency base, and then we have some kind of machine learning base. And Professor Huang talking about like a lot about like, for example, even for the face recognition, all these kind of things, they need to collect data, they need to labeling data, then they need to build a machine learning and then try to tier it. Okay, that's a traditional machine learning method, right? So basically, it really depends on how good is your samples, and then how good is your machine learning algorithms. Okay, and then you will come up answers. So for every task, okay, and you need to collect in samples, labeling data, and so that's the standard supervised machine learning. But however, the whole thing got changed. Okay, the whole thing got changed due to the things called the large language modeling. So large language modeling, I think that the key thing is really so-called the few shots learning. Meaning right now, okay, you don't need to like collecting a whole bunch of like data labeling, right? You just need to give them a few examples. When you give them a few examples, actually the machine, and when the model is big enough, for example, this one in 175 billion parameters, okay, the accuracy suddenly jump up. Okay, so this is the part we believe right now the research paradigms will be shifting. Okay, we will no longer be pressured by the computer science side. Actually, right now we just need to know how to ask the right questions, then we can come up with the right answers. Okay, so that's why, and also later we're going to talk about actually the management aspect is becoming even more important. Okay. So for example, if you want to ask the the readability in the past, right? For example, the readability you can use in the ARI, you can use in the, for example, size of the document, you can use number of tables. Right now, you can just ask, what's the readability of this company, right? IBM, right? And then you can say, okay, please give me a ranking between 0 to 20, right? 0 means actually the easiest to read, 20 means hardest to read, right? They told you, say, okay, IBM 2020 annual reports readability is 13 out of 20. So just remember, actually, if you try to do the Gunning-Fock index, they come up with 13.04, pretty much exactly the same, okay? I mean, certainly it's not just the GPT, it's everything, right? So this large language model becomes so is based on the transformer model, right? Especially based on the transformer decoder side, becomes so intensive with the competition and grows so fast, right? So this is how you can see this is evolution tree. Most of the large language model you hear is really based on the decoder side of evolution trees, okay? So this is in the China side, pretty much every company jump in, they try to come up their large language models, okay? So this large language model costs a lot to build in, and actually costs like 1,000 these things, okay? But I guess this is but what mattered the most to us is really the emerging capabilities, okay? So why we are so excited about large language model is that you don't need to build single, for example, large language, you might have a lot of tasks, right? Large language model might not see them before. However, you just need to give them a few examples, okay? Then large language model can suddenly come up with called emerging capability of large language model. As you can see here, right? Actually, Y means the bigger the better, okay? It doesn't matter what kind of task, okay? As long as the model becomes 100 times bigger, right? As you can see, Y is suddenly increasing a lot. So that's why a lot of people are become so excited about the large language models, okay? But however, that's the part we really want to warn everyone. Right? Okay, so just because the large language becomes so powerful, actually the one thing which is unavoidable things is the hallucination problems. Hallucination problem just means actually large language model, sometimes they can come up with things which does not exist in the real world. Okay. So what can cause this? Actually, there are a lot of things can cause this one. Error in the data, how they change the data, and the RHAF, right? Later we are talking about, for example, for large language model, and they come up GPT-1, GPT-2, GPT-3. But however, most of the things people talk about is reinforcement learning with human feedback. Just means you ask human being and the computer and the large language model play together. So that's why this hallucination problem becomes unavoidable. Okay, so even though they let you model align with humans so well, but then you should ask one simple question. Okay, when you ask human being to do the alignment, then whose viewpoint it reflects, right? And also this definitely will cause in the hallucination problem. And also the other things is that very important is that the cost of intelligence go to zero. when cost of intelligence goes to zero, that means a lot of fake content can be created with large quantity with almost zero cost. So that's pretty much changing everything, right? So that's why, okay, that's why, I think for this with large language model come in, now we have two opportunities coming. Okay, first opportunity definitely is very, very straightforward. Just means, okay, now instead of using builder machine learning, builder word frequency, we do all these things. You just need to use the GPT. It doesn't matter whether it's GPT or llamas or whatever, right? You're just using large language model to try to quantify the method. You can ask large language model to do a whole bunch of things, right? From the readability, from internal control, from auditing, from text analysis, everything, right? For example, people are already doing this one right now. They ask GPT to acting as a selling analyst to see whether this large language model can become a better analyst compared to the normal analyst, right? They can ask whether this guy can really come up there, the investment decision, for example, they can do the portfolio optimizations, and also whether they can really understand the federal things. For example, when they read the reports issued by federals, they can understand whether the real sentiments besides each disclosures. Okay, and certainly GPT can do tons of stuff from risk management, risk analysis, automations, right? And you can ask a GPT acting as an authentic users. So instead of doing survey of actual users about their management accounting practice, you can ask GPT to read it, right? And also give you the rating. And also, actually, most time their rating is fantastic, even better than the Amazon 10K, all these things, right? Okay. So that you can do the compliance, monitoring, fraud detection, so and supply chain risk, so on and so forth. Pretty much everything. Okay. So now, but also this is, for example, even for the sentiments, right? I mean, I'm sorry, this is based on Chinese context. But however, I'm just show you. Not based on the sentiments money. In the past, you can do, for example, you can do the Bayesian analysis, right? You can do the decision tree. Anyway, it doesn't matter what you do. You need to have some kind of labeling, right? You need to say, oh, this is positive, this is negative, this is neutral, and then you feed the data into machine learning. Then people try to build models. So it really depends on how good is your data and how good is the labeling. Then you come up with all this kind of precision recall, everything. But right now for GPT, it doesn't matter. Actually, you just need to say, okay, I'll give you a few examples. This is good. This is the positive. This is negative. This is neutral. Now, please classify the rest of the content. So now, as you can see here, right? So technology right now doesn't become a bottleneck for us anymore. Actually, it really becomes, as long as you know how to ask questions, you can do all this kind of stuff, right? So we can show you this. Okay, so this is what we did. Okay, actually, if you compare this one, this FinBERT is really based on the transformer, the inputs, the encoder side. It's a BERT model. When it's still a large language model, but definitely compared to GPT, it's much smaller, right? So based on we feed in the Chinese financial language in and build BERT models. This is for sentiments mining task. Accuracy is only like 91, but for GPT, we give them only 18 examples, right? And then they come up with accuracy almost like 87, 88. So this is really fantastic, right? Just only like 3 or 4 points low. But certainly someone says from economic wise, yes. From economic wise, yes, there are some kind of significance, yes. If you do all these kind of things, right, you can find out actually that they are economic wise. I mean, the R-square wise is very limited again. But however, they are economic significance. However, you must remember GPT is really like just we only give them a few examples, right? But for FinBERT, actually, we spend a lot of time to collecting data, labeling data, and building the models. We only achieve around 4 points actual overall accuracies. Okay. But I think so. One thing is really just using large language model to totally transforming the way we're doing management accounting research, right? From labeling, from survey, from come up new measures and everything, right? Then the other thing is that I think what's more important is really actually on us is really we try to say we should try to build a responsible GPT, right? We already explained, how the GPT works. GPT is really get training based on this called auto regression model, right? Just based on the sequence. Okay, basically there's one sequence A, B, C, D, F, G. And I say based on A, B, they know the next one will be C. Based on C, the next one should be D. So based on the actual word, they see all this kind of sentence already, right? So they feed them all in, and then they have this thing called the reinforcement learning with human feedback. So because you want machine really answer like what you want, right? So align with the people's thought. So now then this question come in, okay? because we have people who come in to feed the data, right? So that's why first the data itself is biased, right? Okay. When people try to do all this kind of alignment, they tell the machine which one is the preferred one, then they have the bias in as well, right? Then you should ask one question, right? So whose viewpoint it should this GPT reflect, right? Is your choice or my choice? Whose choice, right? So all these kind of questions come in, right? So now let's just think this, right? In the past, actually, when you're doing search, you search engine feed you with the link, right? So everyone knows link might not be correct. But right now, when you're asking GPT, actually they give you the answer. They told you, say, oh, this company has a high risk, fraudulent risk. That company is going to have like a high internal control risk. However, is this one correct or not? Maybe this guy is really have a lot of resolution problem. Maybe the answer is totally incorrect. But however, consumer might not really understand this when you really get used to this one, right? And also another most important thing is that whose choice it is, right? Is your choice the same as my choice, right? So whose viewpoint it should reflect? Should it be democratic? Should it be republic? Should it be communism? Should it be capitalism? So who decide to choose, right? And also even more important is that can we really trust for-profit company to feed us with the so-called truth, right? Because we are saying, okay, we should trust government, we should trust for-profit, we should trust non-profit. So because everyone talking about making the internet become better, but however, right now, let's look at how the internet behave right now, right? So they're teamed with all kinds of toxic contents, right? So algorithm is supposed to make, supposed to leverage the playing field, but however, will GPT really leverage the playing field? Maybe we're making good become a better, or maybe we'll be like, or maybe the other way around, bad become worse or bad become better. We don't know, right? Okay. And if we do not come in, do something, right, do some kind of research, try to do some kind of regulations, then we'll see, okay, all this kind of fake content coming, right? Because someone cannot wait for Trump to get sent to jail. So you can see all this kind of fake things. If you don't pay attention to it, you might see this is a real stuff coming, right? But however, actually this is not correct. And also the problem is that human really cannot detect which one is correct or which one is wrong. So pretty much it's even worse comparing to the random guess. To make it even worse, right? So first, you can get fake content with this kind of hallucination problems so easily. So in the past, in order to influence someone else, your bottleneck is coming up enough or large quantity of like high quality fake content. But right now, GPT can just give you these things, right? So right now, let's look at this. Okay. Now, if you really take a look at the company financial reports, right? Where company financial reports really get changed, because GPT really understand, we really know what we are looking for, right? Maybe they will feed us with a whole bunch of like fake content for the customer review, and all these kind of things will become the fake, okay? Financial reports and also maybe analyst report, we don't know, right? So that's the thing. To make it even worse, right? Actually, right now you are not yourself. In the past, people say, homo fide, right? Base means birds with a feather flying together. But right now, in the past, is that you need to come up your content, right? Then try to influence someone else. But right now, you can just ask GPT to come up this kind of high quality content. So the bottleneck has been solved, because of GPT, right? And also, the more you interact with the large language model, actually, it change your view. Okay. But to make it even worse, actually, the worst thing hasn't come up yet. A lot of people say GPT has no sensors. It's just a computer, right? Just a program. You can unplug it in the power, then it will be done. This is not correct, because right now GPT they have trustworthy issues. GPT can generate the societies. Okay, they have all these kind of things. Okay? So that's why before we end today's presentation, we really need to going back to Alan Turing. Right? Alan Turing says, okay, once machine, right, they can think, right. It won't take long for them to outstrip our feedable powers. Okay. So basically, at some stage, we should expect the machine to take controls. So now, why is that there are a lot of companies, even though they say they want to make a better life, but however, they really want to come up to deep your mind, try to control you. So whoever can win the competition of the game will control the world. Okay. But on the other hand, GPT itself might also become like the dominant player. They want to control the human being itself, right? And so that's why right now you see two kinds of things going on. One thing is that, in the US, a lot of people are asking for the regulations, but they are saying small companies shouldn't be regulated because this will have an influence on the innovation. Small companies cannot afford this one. But on the China side, people say, no, let's just do the regulations. Okay, we are going to regulate everything. 230 doesn't apply. Okay, so this becomes very interesting because right now GPT is so powerful. They can create all this kind of fake account. They can create all this kind of like chemical weapons, everything. Okay, so if they are so powerful and they're so dangerous, right? So why we never see this kind of FDA? Okay? For drug, we see the FDA. Okay, for food, we see the kind of nutrition labeling. They told you, say, okay, how much fat, how much nutrition content it include. But for GPT, no, we don't have like before, in the middle and after post implementation, this kind of auditing, and nobody give a labeling and say, oh, this guy is really dangerous GPA, that one is not, so we should try to limit it, right? But on the other hand, for some company, for example, the China side, people say it doesn't matter whether you create it or not, as long as you run the platform, we hold your accountabilities. But this really goes too fast. Okay, now just at the end, I wanted to slide. Why is that actually in the past people saying give a man fish, and teach a man to fish, right? And actually this basically say you are teach them for you are going to save them for the whole life. But however, people say if we teach the AI to fish, actually the fish, they are going to fish all the fish to extinctions, right? So we don't know. So in order to like live in a like more sustainable world, we believe actually this auditing and the measure aspect, the behavior aspect of GPT is much more important than simply applying GPT to come up all this kind of new way of doing management accounting research, financial accounting research. We really need to care about this kind of fundamental issues, and we come up this kind of so-called unbiased, fairness, expandable, and responsible GPT, responsible AI. This is not something like actually we can really hold everyone says, okay, just stop developing right now. No. Every company see the power. Every company see they can make a big bucks from this one. So nobody will stop developing this kind of dangerous animals. Nobody. Okay. So that's why we know. On the other one hand, they are long, but decades are short. But on the other hand, together we hope we can work together, right? Especially from the management accounting researcher, right? You can focus on the behavior aspect. You can focus on auditing aspect. You can do all these kind of things and try to propose different like way of doing and different way to regulate this GPT development, and also come up different way to auditing this GPTs. And also you need to warn people like how company will fall into the trap and come up develop some kind of animal which they cannot control in the future. So together, actually, I believe we can decide what kind of future we are going to live, but we need to act right now. Okay, so that's all for my presentations. Thank you.
Wow, that was very interesting. Actually, could you stop sharing your screen now, just for later? Okay. Actually, I thought I had a couple of questions I want to ask you. They're small questions though, but we hear colloquially about disinformation now in different sources, right? And QAnon and stuff. I want to ask you a little bit of a technical question because I had this thought path through my mind when you were talking. I don't know really if it makes sense, but if a government or a big agency wanted to spread disinformation, would it be possible to just set up a couple of servers with a giant horde of just bad information on it? And if ChatGPT crawled through it, I mean, this could be like websites and links that a human had never seen or would never see. But a lot of these large models could actually crawl through it and not distinguish. And you could, I mean, some person or agency could create a huge amount of bad information that then would become embedded in the models. Is that, that thought flitted through my head, but maybe it's that I don't really truly understand how it gathers data. Is that something that would be possible?
No, I think two things. One is that when you try to, for example, when you train the GPT, right? Actually, is that you might have a lot of like biased data. Bias means this data might have like the bias toward in the religion and the genders, and maybe different kind of minority groups. I mean, definitely this is there, right? So that's why you can see, for example, and even for the large language model, even for the traditional like what vector models, you already see like they are saying man is really sort of linked to the computer. Woman is really linked to the so-called like the cooking. Why? Because because anytime you try to do the training, right, this called self-supervised learning, meaning actually you just feed the data with the example from the real world. But in the real world, we all have the bias. So when we write something, actually all the content is bias. So the content actually we wrote, right, really reflecting our view on the whole world, right? View the cultures, the ideologies, everything. Okay, so that's why first the toxic data definitely will result in the toxic, the models results. Okay. I think the other thing is really this so-called hallucination problem. This whole thing is really because it really just get generated by the so-called autoregressive models. Okay, so basically they just try to predict what's the next word after the previous 2 words, 3 words, 4 words, 5 words. So the hallucination problem is really unavoidable. Okay, it's really unavoidable. So if that's the case, and then also the other thing is that people are saying, okay, because right now on the internet, for example, even especially in China, the fake content, the way to generate fake content is very hard. I'm talking about high quality fake content, okay? Because people does not have that high quality of writing. But right now with GPT, they can come up large quantity of fake content, like just within a couple of seconds, okay? So you will see all this kind of fake review, fake financial advisor, everything content get flooding on the internet, okay? And the problem is that you cannot tell whether it's true or not, right? Even for the lawyer, for example, that actually right now, I think in New York, there's one famous case. It's this lawyer using one case to defend his client. But actually, that case actually was it's a hallucination. It's a non-existent case, right? He thought it's a real case, right? So a lot of professionals will fall into this trap as well.
So let me ask a little slightly different version. Do you think it's possible that a bad actor could deliberately try to seed different AI models with toxic data?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I think if you read the internet, I think a lot of people talking about is that, for example, you can ask AI to generate these kind of high toxin, chemical weapons just within 24 hours. They come out at 3,000, 5,000, just within 24 hours. So yeah, I think if you, for example, I think I read a lot of, I watch a lot of TV interview about, this kind of CEO from the US side. They're talking about they are a little concerned, for example, because of they have the government, they have the president election coming, right? They really have concern, some, anyway, non-US government, right? That can sponsor some kind of things, right? Come up with this kind of content to try to influence the election results, right? So that's their huge concern right now.
If anyone has any questions, please enter them in the chat. I want to ask another question. I had an experience teaching class in COVID, and of course the students were out there cheating madly, and I caught them all because by accident, by complete accident, I created a question that just they couldn't get an answer to by cheating, like at all. And so I'm wondering if that also could be an area of research, or either on the teaching side or on the professional side, is to explore the boundaries of what ChatGPT or other things can't do, because that's a little bit clear. And let me describe the question to you. It was a very simple one. And it was 2 photocopied sheets of paper. And what I had is I had 2 airline companies, which were real airline companies, and I had photocopied for both companies a photograph of every type of airplane that they owned and how many of each.
Okay.
And so one of the companies, which some of you may know is in the US, Southwest Airlines is one of the biggest companies in the world. They only own 2 types of airlines, but they own about 700 of one and about 100 of the other. The other was Air Canada. They own about 20 different types of airplanes from different companies. And the question to the students was, please give me a model of the cost structure and the differences in the cost structure between these companies. And all they had was to look at those 2 sheets of the photographs of all the different planes. Now, my good students could do that, right? They could sort of look at it and say, okay, training, parts supply, they could sort of lead from that into what was important. Every student that cheated, and some of them did use sort of ChatGPT, some of them just use the internet. And I've later tried to put that question into ChatGPT, and it can't answer the question. So there's something about that required a leap that's not in AI so far. Anyway, so.
Yeah, I think I will answer this one in 2 ways. One is that I think when you say GPT cannot answer the questions, sometimes it cannot be answered. It just means you didn't write the right prompt, actually. That's why you have the security chain of thought, that kind of things, right? Then second is, I think most of the university, I think right now their attitude is that, they encourage students to use it, right? They are saying, but you should disclose, saying, how do we use it, right? And then because they say this is not a tool, so you can just say, let's don't use it, right? Just like a calculator, right? Just you cannot say student cannot use calculator anymore. But they really need to know, like, first is how GPT come out this kind of answer. The second is that whether this answer is correct or wrong, right? So they really need to go back and they can validate it, right? They need to know, like, they can put their thinking process together. So that's why we are seeing actually right now, we believe even for the computer science side, actually most computer science programs, they cannot develop their own ChatGPT because the model is too big. So for the business school students right now, the gaming coming back, as long as you know how to thinking, right, how to asking the right questions, you might come up with the right answers. And I think there are a lot of fantasy going on. People try to build, for example, ChatGPT for the algorithm-based trading company. They use the ChatGPT for the auditors. And actually, for the case you just described, and I think people hope ChatGPT can leverage the play field. For example, for the good students, right, it doesn't help them too much. Actually, they might even lower their grade. But for the weak students, they can improve their grade. So because they have more knowledge and they can get exposed to more like tiny or not tiny anyway more sophisticated or advanced professors, like GPT. So at least that's the finding right now. They did kind of survey. They did kind of experiment for the law school students. They also did experiment for some kind of like accounting students. At least that's what the finding right now. But we don't know whether that things can be applied to other fields.
Right. Very interesting. That was quite exciting. And my students tell me I talk fast, but you talk faster.
Yeah, I know. It's a really bad habit. Sorry. No, I just.
No problem. That was very interesting, especially opening up some of the criticisms and problems, which, I'm not in the area and I have seen, comments about them before, but you were able to connect them pretty precisely to the area we're looking at in a way that I had not come across before. So that was quite interesting. If we have no more questions, then we will move on to our next speaker. Thank you so much. That was a second speaker who just took us really to the edge of looking where the future of accounting and management research, and especially in this case a little bit more emphasis on the method that we see. That was very exciting. Thank you very much, Professor Hu.
Okay, thank you.
Give me a second to get my screen share going again. And we have our last presentation, which is on algorithmic management accounting by Professor Yasheng Chen. Professor Chen is a professor in the accounting department of the School of Management at Xiamen University. As I mentioned, the APMAA conference, the in-person APMAA conference, the in-person APMAA conference was previously held at Xiamen, so it's a city that I've been to and quite lovely. It was a very good conference and a very good experience. Xiamen is a top-ranked Chinese university located in Xiamen. His work has been published in the Journal of Accounting Research, the Journal of International Accounting Research, Accounting and Finance, Advances in Accounting, Economic Development and Cultural Change, and the World Economy. He received a lot of funds from both Canada and China, and I don't think you can see this, but he actually is CPA and CGMA from Canada. So including, he also has a certification from CIMA, but I won't hold that against him. But he has his Canadian certifications, and so he has also had research money from Canada. He's one of the pioneers in advancing certain research methods and their applicability to accounting research. In 2016, he had an article in the Journal of Accounting Research which introduced the concept of visual attention through eye tracking technology as part of management accounting software, management accounting research. And that was the first time that had appeared in management accounting research. His main research interests are management control systems and application of artificial intelligence in accounting and neuroaccounting. So Professor Chen, let me stop my sharing and you can take over. I'm very interested to see what you have to say. And you can take it. We'll wait just a minute while Professor Chen gets set up.
Now, can you see my screen? Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Okay. First of all, thank you for the organizers of the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association for putting this fantastic event. Especially, I would like to thank Professor Yuno to continuously organizing and supporting the organizations, and also the host university, the University of Trisakti in Indonesia, and also the chair of this conference, Professor Mayan Sarit, and also for Professor Scarborough for very nice introductions. And today I will be sharing more a behavior side of this management accounting, and I would like to call it algorithmic management accounting. Okay. So I would like to actually discuss this. I think it's going to be a new trend, a new developments of management accounting from both the design side and behavior side approach. Okay, so this is the plans for my talk today. First of all, I would like to discuss what was the role of management accounting in this digital era or era of algorithmic management. When the data-driven algorithm was taking over humans in managing the organizations. And also, we would like to see how the management accountants can do to improve the management accounting practice by introducing the algorithms into management accounting, by introducing some of the AI technologies into management accounting, which is more of a design side approach, and how we design the process that we conducted management accounting practice. And also, I would like to share some of my research experiences on how the AI application in business affects employees' behavior and even the organization process, even sometimes organization culture. And that's the behavior side of this algorithm applications or algorithmic management. And I also would like to share some of my recent studies on both sides of the algorithm management. Okay, first of all, I would like to share little videos, and I think this video is a very typical scenarios of what AI has been used in a business context. Okay, this is a YouTube videos they're taking from one of the company who developed what we call the AI store supervisor applications. So in this video, basically the algorithms can pick up the actions of the employees and customers from the videos. And by analyzing the videos, they'll be able to track the working efforts of all the employees. Okay, as you see on the screen now here, basically they can count how many cups of the coffee has been prepared by each of those employees. And also they can see how long some of those customers have been staying in the coffee shop and what they were doing. So this is actually a very typical kind of use of this AI algorithms in business. And in reality, one of those major coffee chains in China, the Luckin Coffee, it used to be a listed companies in US, but you know, for some financial reporting reasons, they were delisted. But now they are last quarter, they already bypassed Starbucks, become one of the largest coffee chains in China. Every month they expand very fast. Every month they open up 200 new shops across China. 200 new shops, coffee shops across China. And we know this can't be possible without the help of the AI supervising system, because traditional coffee shop chains like Starbucks, they need to first train a new store manager, by taking maybe at least half a year. And once they finish train store managers, they can then open up the new shop. Okay. And you can't possibly train 200 experienced or competent shop managers in a month, right? So the secrets of this fast expansion of Luckin Coffee is that they have been implementing a system very similar to what you see in the video. They can monitor in real time. There's usually the 2 or 3 employees that working in the coffee shops, and you no longer see store managers in the coffee shop. So basically, they have pretty flat organization structure. They have the employees, and then they have this AI supervisor watching the employees and providing performance feedbacks in the real time. When they see this employees not working or maybe not following the instructions, they will send the feedback right on the screens in their working stations to remind the employees they should be focusing on the right procedures. And this is the reality, okay? And so going back to this definition of algorithm management, this concept was now considered coined by a group of researchers from Carnegie Mellon University. They published a working paper in the conference, and this paper was considered as one of the first. It's actually the first paper that introduced the concept of algorithmic management. And I think we're starting from now, we're going to see this word very often because they define this algorithm management as a data-driven algorithm that's being used to replace manager in operating business and managing employees. That's exactly what we're seeing here in this video and the examples that I just shared with you of some of the business that was using it in China. And I believe not just in China, and I think a lot of other countries we've seen similar practice. For example, I give a list of those typical scenario of algorithm management, and I think in every country you can pick up some of the similar example. Say, for example, like in those ride-sharing applications or platforms like Uber, Lyft, or Grab, they use this algorithm to assign tasks to the drivers, and the drivers being evaluated based on the feedbacks from the customers, right? And they were being ranked automatically by the algorithms. Some of drivers never seen any human supervisors for their whole tenures with the company. When they sign up, they take a picture of the ID, upload it, and then they win. And then they get assignments from the system, right, which is pretty much assigning by the algorithms. And then the algorithms give them a performance target, which is driven by the data, right, based on the traffic, based on the past performance of other drivers. They will be assigning a performance target, like how many minutes that you need to make the deliveries or take the passenger to a destinations. Okay, so those are typical scenarios. Although, I mean, maybe we have been using this service all the time, we didn't realize that, how much different it was from those traditional like cab or taxi systems. But that's the reality. The algorithm is already taking over some of the management roles in organizations. And also, like those examples that I just showed you, the algorithms monitoring the employees in real time. And some of those algorithms not only using for the coffee shop, but they're also using the call centers and even for the salesperson. Right? And also this algorithm is also being applied into the pricing decisions. And based on the data they've been gathering, related to the market condition, the demands, and also the qualities of the service. They can actually dynamically pricing the products. Of course, traditional airline using a lot, but today you see the Ubers, they're using this dynamic pricing as well. And some of those online platforms, when they're selling the products, even the standardized product to customer, they were trying to get your personal information, or personal preference. Say, for example, if you view a TikTok videos, they know who you are, they know how much you want a certain brands of shoes, and they can price the shoes slightly different from other customers. Right? Maybe because you really like them, the shoes, they might actually price a little bit higher than other customers. Of course, it's controversial about this, what they call the customer pricing, but in reality, a lot of company was using it. Well, I mean, regulations on the other side, what we're talking about, the company was actually using the algorithms and the data from the customers, helping them to price the products for each individual customer. Okay, and of course, this algorithm is also being used for optimizing and doing the plannings in the manufacturing and logistic management. Say, for example, in the hospital, they're now using the algorithms and taking into considerations the health cares, their preference of times, and then trying to assign them to the right time slots where actually the employees have times and they prefer the time periods of working. Okay, so those are actually examples of what we have already seen, that the algorithm was replacing humans by using the data that has been generated in the past, or even from the internet. They're using the big data, trying to help them run the business. Okay, yeah, just those are a lot of examples. And also this, Netflix, right? Say, for example, in Netflix, they are now using the algorithms to determine which players will be showing up in the show, and what kind of scenarios that you'll be seeing in the TV series. Okay, so those are algorithms everywhere. And for recruiting, recently we're seeing that the AI has been replacing the human interviewer to do the campus recruit. Okay, they can asking the AI to screen, thousands of candidates from this internet interviews, and then they can prepare a report to the human resource manager, and then the human resource managers will, based on the recommendations of the algorithm, and then they decided who they would like to do the second round reviews. Okay, so as we see, all those examples, it's already showing us the potentials of algorithms in replacing humans in running the business. And a lot of those examples that we're seeing here was actually related to management accounting. Say, for example, target setting, performance evaluations, incentive contract design, right? And real-time monitoring. Those are all related to what we call the action control, behavior controls, right? And also the result controls. And some companies even created this digital managers to replacing the humans and representing the images of the company. So they're not just using for behavior result, and sometimes they're using it for culture creations or cultural controls of the company. So basically, algorithms already everywhere. The use of AI is already everywhere. And what was the implication for managers, for management accountants, right? What was the implication for management accountants? We're seeing this changes of the role of management accountings in this algorithm management frameworks. So I think the most important thing is that we as management accountants, a lot of those target settings, performance evaluations, was actually still relied on financial and non-financial data that generated out of the management accounting systems. So management accountants still have a role to play in this algorithm management. Is that we will be designing what kind of data is being used by the algorithms. Okay, and that's an important issue because I think in one of those Chinese companies, which is a food takeout delivery company, is called Meituan. Okay, so this company, about 3 years ago, they released news saying that within 3 years, they will be able to use the data-driven performance target setting system for the takeout drivers. And they using the system to cut the average delivery time by 10 minutes within 3 years. That was a lot because on average, a food delivery takes about 20 to 40 minutes. By cutting 10 minutes, that's a significant cost saving measures. Okay, but of course, the problem is that when they providing the data to fit the algorithm, trying to determine the target, they only providing the distance. They didn't really take into consideration the traffic condition, the weather conditions, and especially the experience of the driver. So the outcome of the systems become very controversial because a lot of drivers was pushed by the system. When the system has set a very aggressive target, they were forced to run the traffic light, run the red light, drive against the traffic, right? And it causing a lot of concerns on the street because they might hit the passengers and causing car accidents, right? So those are situations where we can see the role of management accountants is how important the management accountants that when we decided what kind of data should be feeding to the algorithms, right? And also it related to second questions about once you have the data, how you're going to design the algorithms. Let them take into consideration all the weather conditions, all the traffic conditions, and design algorithms that will take into consideration not just the cost, but also the social responsibility of the company, right? Because if the drivers driving too aggressive on the street, they might actually hit a senior, hit the passengers, or anyone that walking on the street was become, exposed to the risk of the driver's aggressive driving, right? So how to design an algorithm as a control mechanism for the companies, it's also very important for the management accountants. And of course, in order to do a better work to support the algorithm management system, the accountants also need to be able to use our behavior approaches to evaluate the effectiveness of the algorithm. Okay, say for example, in that food takeout delivery service scenario, we can see that if management accountants can take into considerations the feedbacks, or they can observe the behavior of the drivers, they had a better way to evaluate how effective is the algorithm behind the target setting system, right? So once we can identify the side effects or dysfunctional behaviors that was being created by this algorithm management system, then we'll be able to provide some suggestion to optimize them. Say, for example, by adding the weather conditions, the traffic, right, even the experience of the driver into the algorithms, then we can design a better system that can set a more appropriate targets for each individual drivers, for each individual order, right? So in that way, we won't be able to push the drivers to drive too aggressively and and causing any problems to the traffics and all the publics. Okay. I just wanted this example to show that what was the new roles of management accountants in the algorithm management. Okay, so and how this roles that I just described is different from the traditional management accountants role. I think first of all, the accountants now changing from using the management accounting to design and managing the algorithm, right? Because management accounting systems is already been using in the traditional ones. We're already using a lot of those formulas, right, and calculations methods, and we can also call them algorithm. But today, management accountants become more of the designer and the managers of the algorithms. Because if algorithms replacing the traditional human roles in, let's say, assigning a performance target, now the management accountants target controls was changing from human employees to an algorithms. And what does that mean for the management accountants? That we are now changing from using the algorithm by ourselves or supervising somebody else to using the algorithms. Now we become the designers of the algorithms. I think that was one of the major changes. And in terms of the job, we management accountants should be shifting, their attention should be shifting, improving their own productivities and other employees or other colleagues' productivity into using and optimizing algorithms and feeding the algorithm with the right data to improve the operating efficiency of the business. Okay, so the focus is not only on humans, but the focus is more about designing the algorithm system that can replacing humans and make them competent in doing certain work. Okay, and from also the ways of management accountants dealing with the informations, I think their roles will be changing from processing the data to trying to think about how to create this algorithm can help them to use the data and creating the competitive advantage. Say, for example, for the very popular short video sharing platform TikTok, a Chinese company, but also international company. This company was pretty good at putting the tagging the employees, the users' behavior, and then using those data to help them to customize the advertisement delivery to the customers. Okay, and so they're using this advanced algorithm, sometimes machine learning, to help them to creating a competitive advantage from the data generating from the viewing behaviors from the customers. So the video sharing itself is not the source of their earning, but actually the use of the data become the source of their profits. Okay, so the management accountants would play a significant role in identifying the valuable data and created the right algorithms that can allow them to make use of large quantities of the data. Okay. Anyway, in general, I think the management accountant's role will switch from an operator or executor of management system to a designer or optimizer of a management system. Okay. So in order to do that, I think management accountants should be, should be aware of both the design science approaches and the behavior science approaches of conducting management accounting. First of all, this concept of design science approach was not new. Right? We know that back at Taylor's, when the science approach to the management, we already know that the management accountants was always trying to create a good way of making analysis, a tool or for doing data analysis. Okay, so those part of it, it's part of the DNA of the management accountants. But recently, with the new developments of this AI technology, I think accountants to be spending more time thinking about how we can harness those powers of AI and use it in management accounting context. And I think based on our experience, most of those accounting practices, traditional accounting way of doing data analysis could be replaced by the machine learning methods. Okay? So the goal of this research design approach is that they trying to identify the real world problems and creating tools and then evaluating and optimizing it. And at the end of the day, you are creating a new method for the practice. Okay? And I think management accounting research should spend little bit more time on helping the practitioners to adapting to this algorithm management by creating some new tools for them. Okay, so this is what we have been trying to do based on our research and also look at the literature, is that this machine learning, if we class them into supervised, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning, we've already seen that they've been using in different areas, like budgeting, product pricing, right? So target setting, we already actually mentioned earlier, if you can learn from the previous experience of those drivers using the data, it can help you to set a target, right? And it help you to cut the costs. And you can customize the pricing by using the customer's shopping behavior data. Then you can do that. And unsupervised learning can help you to, I think recently there was one article published in the Emerging Technology in Accounting. They using the artificial neural network combined with the ABC, trying to using the machine learning to help the company calculate the costs and doing variance analysis. Okay, and reinforcement learning is the best use in optimizing to find the optimizing solutions. It could be used in those situations where there's a lot of constraint and you try to optimize solutions. It can be used in cost control and quality controls. Okay, and also the recent developments, as the Professor Hu mentions earlier today, that this new developments of large language models that be used in accountings. And recently, actually, it was a few days ago, my research team was able to use a set of prompts to teach ChatGPT how to do the cost calculation by using this ABC concept, active-based costing concepts. And of course, Professor Hu also mentions that this large language can help us to design and actually evaluate the company performance based on the balanced scorecard, especially in the non-financial performance measures, because a lot of non-financial measures actually can be described using natural languages. And I think ChatGPT is pretty good at doing it. And this generative AI, which is behind this generatives, can also help us to doing anything that that involves writings and calculations. Say, for example, we can use the ChatGPT to help us to creating a rolling budgets. And if you make use of those computing powers, this rolling budgets could be preventing a much shorter time period, say, for example, per week instead of per month, because they can actually processing data and creating these plans a lot faster than the human managers. And of course, data analysis, financial analysis, the ChatGPT has already been shown has the capability to doing financial analysis. And also ChatGPT kind of lower the threshold for accountants to use the machine learning algorithm, because using ChatGPT now you don't have to know about the Pythons, or you can use the ChatGPT to help you to create the code for the Pythons. So it reduce the increase the chances for the management accountants to use this machine learning methods in the jobs. Okay, and so and as I mentioned earlier, the accountant jobs also has to help the company to evaluate the applications of the algorithm and trying to improve it. In order to do that, the management accountants has to look at the impact of the algorithms management on the employees' behavior. And I think management accountants, especially management accountants who has been training on the behavior studies, can actually contribute to the improvements of the management accounting system by analyzing the effect of algorithm management and trying to identify areas that can be improved. Okay. There already been some challenges, already been problems identified by of algorithm management. Say, for example, lack of flexibility. Okay, the earlier examples that I explained about the food takeout drivers in area, if you don't take into considerations the weather conditions of the delivery time, then basically the systems would calculate performance targets based on like average conditions. Okay, so and that will be a very difficult target for someone who actually trying to make a delivery in the bad weather. So that was the examples of lack of flexibility, and also low humanizations or lack of humanistic care. Like all the Uber drivers, right, all those takeout platform deliver drivers, they don't get a chance to see the human managers, right? By working under a machine's supervision, it's already might causing some psychological problems. Okay, and we have been doing some research on this, and we find that normally the humans, when they're dealing with machines as the boss, the reaction was quite different. Especially they consider the machines with no sympathy, no emotions, was not be able to detect their emotion, their actions, and you don't get a chance to argue with them. They were being considered as very cold, rigor managers, and AI. Okay, and also lack of transparency. There have been studies documenting that most of the Uber drivers, they don't even know why they're being assigning a certain target, a certain task, and how their performance being evaluated based on the customer's evaluations. So this lack of transparency is also causing behavior problems, because if you don't establish a very clear links about their actions and their rewards, right, because the algorithm was blurring the connections, it might actually reduce motivation of the employees working towards their performance targets. As I show you in the videos, the privacy violation is a major concern if the companies relied on collecting the real-time data constantly in monitoring the employees. Right, the employees also was under have their digital rights being violated. Okay. They're being watching all the time, and someone who's working under a surveillance all the time certainly will behave differently than someone who is actually have controls and have the privacy. Okay? And also algorithm anxiety is also another issue, right? The users might develop anxieties or fear of algorithms due to this lack of understanding and lack of transparency of those algorithm systems. Okay, so basically the AI managers, they act differently and their mechanism was different from humans. It not only needs to be designed properly, but also at the same time, we need to look at how the AI managers might affect the employees' behavior differently. Okay, so when we understand this, we can then go back and redesign and improve the design of algorithms. Okay, so that was like two sides of the same coin. On the one side, management accountants should trying to put together and make use of the new technologies and algorithms in the management practice. But at the same time, we also need to analyze the behavior effect of those algorithms and trying to improve it. There have been studies not published in management accounting. Actually, there's one paper already emerging in the management accounting literature. The 2003 Middames, Adams, and Free has published a paper in AOS. They made analysis to look at how managers react, how employees reacting to the Uber this algorithm management systems. And so how employees react, what we call, there's a new word for it, is called the algorithm activisms, is how employees trying to protect their interests by developing a strategy to work under the algorithm management. Okay. And also there was a series of researches conducted in management and organization behavior literature, there's been identified those areas where the employees' behavior were changes when they were being remotely monitored by the companies by using those new technologies like the video analysis we've seen earlier in the examples. And also the target setting by the algorithms also had employees as an effect on the employees' behavior, because the employees might feel that the target was not flexible or lack of transparency, lack of understandabilities of those targets. Okay, and also we have seen that the job feedbacks providing by the algorithm to the employees also being perceived differently from the managers. Okay, so for example, this Tom and his colleagues paper published in SMJ, they're looking at how the call center trainees respond to the performance feedback given by the human managers and the AI managers. In the study, they actually mixed the labels of the identities of the managers with the actual performance. So most interesting scenario is that if they label the human's performance as the AI, actually the employees give a broad negative reaction to the feedback, and they are less likely, they are more reluctant to accept the instructions from the manager, even the actual feedback was provided by a human. Once you label it as AI, then the employees react a lot more negatively to the instructions given by the AI. Okay, so those ones are so putting together what we're seeing that's going to happen in the future is that I believe this substream of management accounting, is what we call the algorithm maximum accountings, will become one of the major research area in management accounting, because now we have more algorithms or AI replacing humans in the company, right? So our focus would be shifting from how to improve the efficiency of humans to how to design the better algorithms to replace humans and conducting the work. And also, I believe in the next 5 to 10 years, we will still seeing that algorithms trying to learn from humans and trying to adapt it to this, trying to replace human gradually. But at least for a period of time, we're going to see a hybrid teams. Maybe like the takeout driver company scenario, the target was being set by the AI manager, but the job was conducted by humans, right? Or the job's conducted by the human, but performance evaluation was conducted by the AI. Okay, so we have this hybrid team scenario, like, you know, there was a jobs on order, part of them was conducted, part of them was completed by AI, and part of them was completed by humans. So to evaluate in the study, the humans' behavior when they were working with AI will become one of the major areas that most of the management councils will have to pay attention to. Okay, so I think this algorithm management, we have two intertwining branches. One is the design side of it, how management accountants can contribute to the design of the algorithms and better use of data to improve the management accounting practice. But on the other side, we also have to do researches to evaluate the impact of the algorithm management and come up with a better design algorithms that can help us to improve the efficiency of management accounting system. Okay. Paul, do I still have time?
Yeah, a couple minutes. We were running a little bit early, so I didn't cut you off. I didn't give you the 5-minute warning. So you can take a couple more minutes.
So if we still have 1 minute, I want to show the audience one of our recent study by looking at how the employees react differently to AI managers and human managers. Just a short video to share with you. Okay. So if we conducted this research, that we study how the employees react differently to the machine's boss. Okay, what we find is very interesting outcome. Paul, could you see the screens that I'm playing a video? Okay, so we have studied. They have 3 different groups, and what you're seeing here is that a saleswoman was trying to do a 2 minutes promotion video selling a juicer, and we dividing into 3 groups. One of them is based on outcome. Their performance evaluated based on the outcome, the sales outcome. The other 2 groups, one is based on the AI supervisor, the other one is based on the human supervisor, by evaluating their behaviors during the sales. And as you can see, they actually react very differently. Of course, we have statistics analysis to support it, but those videos is what we pick the most typical reactions of all 3 groups. Those ones what you're seeing, those lines there was the emotion arousal. We captured it by the skin conductivity device. Most interesting is to see that their facial expression was very different. This one, based on outcome, they're pretty much business oriented, not much smile. But then the other 2 groups, they had more smile on their faces, but then their emotion arousal, the degrees of emotion arousal, very different. The one on the right having more what they call the genius emotion and smile, and what we find here is that the emotion arousal under the AI supervisor condition was a lot lower. That they smile, but they don't have emotional arousal. Okay, so basically they are doing what we say surface acting, or basically in a layman's word is that they are creating a fake smile without actually triggers the emotional arousal. Okay, so those are research that we're doing recently, and we would like to share with you those recent study we're doing, and that's all for my sharing today. Thank you for your attention, and looking forward to any comments that you have. Oh,
that's great. Very interesting. 3 different presentations. Professor Ueno had a question. Is that do you have an example of in China what in-house or inside company education, if any, is happening for management accountants to learn this? Are they formalizing or standardizing the development of this? Are you aware?
You mean the algorithm management accounting?
Yeah, because you had said that the management accountants should start being the creators and designers of this algorithms. Do you know of any efforts by organizations to do that, to train the management accountants? Or
yes, yeah, I think I've been involved in some of those corporate trainings when the managers was actually recently the Chinese financial ministry is passing basically release a new accounting regulations that will encourage company to recognize the data assets. Okay, so based on that new regulation, a lot of company now are starting to training the accountants to be aware of the kind of the values of the data, and I think before they recognizing that what they call the data or digital assets, they should be able to identify the use of their data. And I think a lot of companies now is kind of putting together training to help the accountants to understand how the data can be used to improve the efficiency of the operations. And so they can recognize it as an intangible asset if they can identify this clear kind of future streams of income associated with a better use of the data. And I think behind this is basically the design of algorithm to use the data.
I thought of something. We have basically what's happening with all these technology innovations that we've seen. In your presentation, you were giving the more operational one, we had a little bit more science, big data and research with some of the other presentations. You were focusing more on, direct use in operations. These tools have become much more powerful, very powerful. And I'm I actually think that's what part of the friction is. This tool has become very powerful, and yet we're still using it in a very primitive way. I mean, my model of organizations is really that they're very complex and there's a lot of power structures going back and forth, up and down. But if we look at the history of management accounting or accounting, the way we describe it to each other is always as a top-down flow and pretty mechanistic. And we've never really been good at looking at the balancing powers that come up, because, we think of that we want to control. We have our idea of control. We want to control employees and we want to control them better. But we often forget to recognize that actually when employees resist, they're often resisting bad ideas for management. So the system, the human system at work has pressures and dynamics that work in both directions to keep, and maybe it stops some forms of progress, but it also stops some form of disaster too. Because, if you don't convince the employees that's a good idea, they would be, they would just be a surface representation of following. Okay. But in our accounting way of thinking and our literature and academia, all we have is the sort of primitive idea of the downward flow. And now with AI, we have a tool that can force that really, really strongly. And yet we're not stepping back to say, is this what we really want to do? And so actually, like the examples you had earlier, seem to me examples of sort of forcing that sort of primitive idea of management. And another way to think about it, I think, is this is what I'm going to say is also pretty simple, but people often think of the brains of the hands. If you have somebody working for you, is it their hands that you want or their brains? Well, in the old days, and our models mainly think about employees' hands and optimizing how the hands work. That was similar to your, that video you had from the coffee shop. But another philosophy that we don't see as much but can be successful is to say, really, how can we use AI to help the employee brains? And I can give you a little example of one that's not quite, and my example is a bit old, so it may not be currently correct, but I don't know if you know about if you're familiar with 7-Eleven Japan. So I interviewed the president of 7-Eleven Japan once, and so I knew a little bit about their IT system. They had at that time, in the late 90s, maybe the most sophisticated IT system in Japan and really the world, or close to it. But it was designed to give information to store managers. So the information flow was actually down. But if you look at what American companies did, they wanted the information flow to go up to give information to the top managers. And so the American style was to use the IT system to replace employee intelligence. And the 7-Eleven Japan style was to use it to provide the managers with more data to make decisions. So the managers actually had a really high incentive system, and 80% of the ordering in a 7-Eleven Japan store is done by the manager manually with no assistance. Based on total, and you mentioned this earlier, so the manager would order different things depending on whether it's raining or not, or whether there's a festival at the end of the street or not. So to get that local input. So that was, to me, I've always remembered that, because that was like a philosophy of using the IT system to connect to the employee brains. But the US style was to use IT systems to have a central ordering and planning, and then the people in the store in the malls in the US, those managers don't order anything. They just get get the stuff from the central computer. So I think there are two possible philosophies there. We mainly see the top-down one, and that's what you've illustrated. But that also creates some of the frictions that you mentioned in there about employee resistance. I think it's because we're using this super wonderful tool, but we're using it in that old-fashioned way of trying to push down. And we just haven't yet seen somebody who figured out, oh, is there a way to do this where we're actually not pushing down, but using the AI to help the employee be better at thinking so that they can do a better job? Anyway, I know I talked for a long time, and it was more of a rant than a question.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Paul. Actually, I think just by using the videos that they have for the employees' behavior, so they can completely using it to evaluate the preference of the employees and kind of design the work kind of environments better suited for them. Say, for example, they can identify someone who's not feeling well that day, right? So they can actually use the data to reduce their performance targets and just to give you a little break in the day. And I think it's just a tool, but how to use it, of course, it will rely on the management accountant researchers to come up with a better way to design the system. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you so much. We've had a really wonderful opportunity here because we've seen our three presenters are working at the top, of international research in three different areas, and we just saw a very wide assortment of different uses by top researchers of these very modern, very advanced techniques, and so. I have seen Professor, I've seen one of the PowerPoints before, but not all of them. And this was really fascinating, especially the breadth from pure academic into this Professor Chen's showing the way that this knowledge actually touches people, at the customer facing level and how it impacts people, up until the financial analysis of how it affects markets has been really tremendous. So, boy, I wish all my colleagues at Brock could have seen this, because all of us are going to have to deal with some aspect of these techniques, and gaining this broad view is really quite difficult. So, I thank all the presenters. This has really been wonderful. Professor Hu, Professor Chen, Professor Wang, thank you very much for sharing your expertise. It's really been an unusually valuable plenary session in that respect. So thank you. I see Professor Norma is there, Professor Ueno. And so I think this wraps up the plenary session. We're about 5 minutes early. So that means everyone gets to take lunch that's 5 minutes longer than we had anticipated. So you can have more good food. Thank you very much for attending, and I hope you enjoyed this as much as I did. It's been really fascinating. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, thank you for all speakers and also the incredible moderators. We have excellent plenary session, excellent also speakers, and excellent moderators. So as our token of appreciation, let me give the certificate for all speakers and moderators. The first certificate distributed to Professor Rong Huang from School of Management, Fudan University, China. Nggak apa-apa, langsung. Okay. Thank you, Professor Rong Huang. The second certificate goes to Professor Nan Hu from Xi'an Jiantong University, China. Okay. And the third certificate goes to Professor Yang Seng Chen from School of Management, Xiamen University, China. Thank you, Prof, for your incredible presentations. And then the last but not least, for our remarkable moderators, Professor Paul from Brock University, Canada. Thank you, Professor Paul. And that's all for this session. I will give back the time and also screen to moderate to Master of Ceremony.
Okay, this is a wrap-up panel session for today. And now we will have a lunch break. And this is a great opportunity for you to network with fellow attendees, exchange ideas, and perhaps even collaborate on future projects. And we will be back in Zoom meetings on 3020 Jakarta time, and the Zoom meeting will remain open. Welcome back to the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association 2023 conference. Now, we will start to proceed the second session with the moderator, Niputu Sri Hartamimba from Udayana University, Indonesia, and the presentation from Kosuke Matsuoka from Tohoku Gauken University, Japan, Dencher Wickramasinghe from University of Glasgow, Himoni Ishii, Nippon Institute of Technology, Asumi Gouchi from SG2 Co. Ltd, and the discussants from Jan Alpenberg, Linnaeus University, Sweden. Second presentations from Muhammad Islam Biswas from Xiamen University, China, and the discussant from Kosuke Matsuoka, Tohoku Gauken University, Japan, and the last presentation from Thomas Vnukpel from University of Lodz, Poland, and John Alpenberg from Linnaeus University, and the discussant Niputu Sri Hartamimba from Udayana University, Indonesia. So, without further ado, let's proceed our last academic paper session for today. For Professor Niputu Sri Hartamimba, the session is yours.
So I have to wait for Miss Mimba.
Yes.
Hello, a very good afternoon, everyone. So I hope you can hear my voice clearly. Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Very good afternoon, distinguished mentors, distinguished discussants, distinguished presenters and participants, ladies and gentlemen. So, welcome to the room session that we are going to have this afternoon. So, thank you for joining room 1. So, we are going to have 3 presenters in these rooms. So, the first one, we would like to invite Professor. Excuse me, so I have a bit internet connection trouble here. Yeah, we have the first presenters, Professor Kosuke Matsuoka.
Yep. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah, Professor Matsuoka, that are you here already? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. So, Professor Matsuoka will be presenting the paper titled Uniting Accounting with Marketing in a Japanese electrical parts supplier. And the discussant will be Professor Jan Alpenberg. So, Professor Matsuoka, for the next 20 minutes, the monitor is yours. Please. You could start whenever you're ready. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm ready. Yeah. Okay, let's get started. Okay, my presentation is about uniting accounting with marketing in a Japanese electrical parts supplier. And today I will be presenter of this study are Kosuke Matsuoka, but this study is authorized by 4 authors, Dr. Wikrama Singhe, Hiromune Isi, and Asumi Kawaguchi. So first, I'd like to talk about the background of this study. Accounting scholars have been interested in accounting for marketing, and marketing researchers have also developed a lot of concepts based on accounting notions. The examples are customer accounting, marketing asset, marketing accountability, and marketing performance assessment. Although a number of studies have addressed the combination of accounting and marketing, there is a significant research gap. To the best of our knowledge, no research has considered integrating marketing concepts into budgeting. To address this gap, we analyzed an 18-year case study of marketing-based budgeting, MBB, at the Japanese semiconductor distributor we call JST. In 2004, JST introduced a new marketing strategy amidst a rapid decline in the Japanese semiconductor industry. Over the next 17 years, the focus of the strategy gradually shifted. Each time strategic focus was shifted, MBB was updated to the next version. Thus, this study shows how MBB can evolve in accordance with strategic shifts, and how MBB can influence salespeople to implement marketing strategies. So before explaining the case study, I will briefly review the literature on management accounting for marketing. Initial discussion on marketing by accounting scholars was about how to value brand assets. But later, the concept of relationship marketing emerged as a core perspective within marketing management. This fit a scholar's interest to customer assets. Thus, this study also focuses on customer assets. The focus on customer assets are common among accounting and marketing scholars, but there is also an interesting difference between them. For example, Foster and Gupta claimed that management accountants emphasize costs, whereas marketers emphasize revenues. Glover and Easley proposed revenue accounting for marketing rather than cost accounting for production, because digital technologies enabled measuring and analyzing revenues at individual customer level. When focusing on revenues, we can find 3 marketing activities that generate revenues: customer acquisition, retention, and expansion. Expansion means a cross-sell. Matsuoka 2020 discussed the importance of measuring impact of customer acquisition, retention, and expansion on revenues, because these are the key drivers of customer assets. Matsuoka 2021, using a case study at the Japanese hotel chain, demonstrated that revenue variance can be divided into 3 parts: customer acquisition, retention, and expansion variances. His suggestion implies that it is possible to construct an MBB to plan and control revenue from the 3 marketing activities. JST is a company which actually practiced such a budgeting system. Next, I'll explain what methodology was used to describe the case study. The methodology we use is interventionist research approach. This approach is characterized by researchers who take both emic and etic positions, or internal or external positions. We divided the 4 authors of this study into 2 groups: emic researchers and etic researchers. The 3rd and 4th authors, Mr. Ishii and Ms. Kawaguchi, are emic researchers because they are the CEO and the CFO of JST, and they shaped and reshaped MBB. They collected internal data and provided them to the first and second authors. The first and second authors, I and Professor Wickramasinghe, as ethics researchers, concentrated on considering theoretical meanings of MBB at JST and writing a case study. By dividing the roles of EMIC and ethics researchers, this study ensures that the case study is described without losing neutrality. In other words, our intention is to plainly explain what was happening around MBB at JST, rather than to tell something like a success story. Collected data by EMIC researchers were archival data in the company, such as numbers in MBB, internal documents about JST's marketing strategy, and a company's history book, etc. And their academic publications about the JST are also collected. And some unpublished work were also collected. The first author, as an ethics researcher, conducted MBB-related observation, interviews with managers, and online and face-to-face communications with the EMIC researchers. It's a small and medium-sized enterprise with over 30 employees and consolidated sales of approximately 5,000 million yen. It sells semiconductors to electrical product manufacturers. Before 2004, JST was a Keiretsu distributor. Here, Keiretsu means a company that depends most of its business on one supplier. Thus, JST sold products of just one Japanese semiconductor manufacturer, which we call JSM in this study. As a Keiretsu company, JST distributed products to customers appointed by JSM. Thus, JST itself did not acquire, retain, and expand customers at all. However, at the beginning of the 2000s, the Japanese semiconductor industry, including JSM, was rapidly losing its competitiveness due to the rise of competitors in Asian countries. The dramatic decline immediately affected Keiretsu distributors, including JST. In 2004, the third author assumed the CEO of JST. He decided to formulate a new marketing strategy, which triggered construction of 4 MBB versions, MBB Beta 1, 1.1, and 2. The first MBB version is Beta. Before explaining MBB Beta, I'd like to talk about the marketing strategy in 2004. In 2004, JST formulated a marketing strategy for customer acquisition without relying on JSM, because it was indispensable to make up for lost sales due to the decline of the Japanese semiconductor industry. However, many salespeople of JST refused to accept the customer acquisition strategy because JST still earned 95% of its sales from customers appointed by JSM. In other words, salespeople considered retaining JSM-appointed customers more important than acquiring new customers. Looking back on those days, the CEO said it was a fierce clash between the older conservative salespeople and the younger, including me. When I said, "Show me the evidence," they said, "That's not what sales is all about. You don't understand anything." It was a repetitive exchange of abuse. This organizational resistance led to MBB Beta. In 2005, a book about a novel budgeting framework was published in Japan. The framework was for planning and controlling revenues from repeat customers. Reading the book, the CEO of JST conceived a budgeting system for customer acquisition because he thought that JST acquired new customers would be more retainable than JSM appointed repeat customers. In 2006, as a trial, he instructed sales managers to design a new budgeting system. However, at that time, as 95% of sales came from JSM appointed repeat customers, non-sales managers designed a budgeting system which prioritized JST acquired new customers. We call this trial version MBB Beta. MBB Beta unfortunately caused unexpected influence on salespeople. In 2007 and 8, each sales manager annually reported his or her results based on MBB Beta. All the results showed that most revenues were earned from JSM appointed repeat customers, and that revenues from JST acquired new customers accounted for a small portion. Although the CEO required salespeople to acquire new customers, MBB Beta promoted them to retain repeaters, which resulted in employee resistance. One of the sales managers said, looking to the future, the CEO introduced a new strategy, but it was difficult for salespeople to simply say, yes, I understand that. What we wanted to see was the numerical evidence of the new strategy. The failure of MBB Beta led the CEO to redesign it into the next version, MBB 1.0. The gap in MBB Beta was that the CEO formulated the customer acquisition strategy, whereas sales managers who emphasized customer retention designed the MBB. In 2009, to fill the gap, the CEO decided to design the next MBB version himself, which we call MBB 1.0. In MBB 1.0, revenues from JSM appointed customers were labeled unretainable revenue, whereas revenues from JST acquired customers were categorized as retainable revenue. MBB1 successfully made salespeople aware of the importance of customer acquisition. JST operated MBB1 until 2012. MBB1 showed that revenues from JST acquired customers were steadily increasing for years, exceeding the company-wide break-even time. On the other hand, revenues from JSM appointed customers were decreasing. Seeing the results, sales managers gradually understood the importance of customer acquisition because MBB1 implied that JST would have gone bankrupt if they had been persistent in prioritizing unretainable revenue from JSM appointed customers. One of the sales managers said, gradually employees began to understand, oh, this is what the CEO was talking about. In order to do this, we have to acquire more new customers. We have to sell more enhanced products. We have to seek new demand in new markets. In 2013, MBB1 was updated to MBB 1.1 because strategic focus was slightly and implicitly modified. As retainable revenues came to exceed the break-even point, the next strategic goals were not only to acquire new customers, but also to retain and expand the newly acquired customers. To achieve the goal, selling new products was recognized as the key. because customers purchasing new products were expected to be retained longer and expanded more. As a result of the strategy modification, MBB 1.0 was redesigned into MBB 1.1, a minor updated version. In MBB 1.1, revenues were segmented into three groups. First, new revenues. Revenues from customers acquired by JST within the previous 3 years. Next revenues are retainable revenues, those from JST acquired customers who made transactions for 3 consecutive years or more. Finally, unretainable revenues, revenues from JSM appointed customers. Unfortunately, MBB 1.1 ended in failure. MBB 1.1 was officially operated from 2013 to 2017, and it posed a subtle and noticeable organizational resistance. The aim of marketing strategy was to balance customer acquisition, retention, and expansion based on new in-house products. However, MBB 1.1 sent a biased message that customer retention was the most important. For example, in 2014, one sales manager said, "The most thing is that fixed costs are covered with revenue from retained customers." The objective of MBB 1.1 is to have a very stable business, even in a fluctuating environment. The key is how to retain customers. As a result, revenues from new customers and new products continued decreasing since 2014. However, salespeople did not pay attention to this program because they still succeeded in customer retention without selling new products. The CEO said MBB 1.1 was focused too much on retained customers. As a result, salespeople became uninterested in acquiring new customers and selling new products. I simply frequently told salespeople, "No, not like that." However, they would not change their behavior. MBB 1.1 itself became the strategy. Because of the failure of
Excuse me, Matsuoka?
Yeah.
Yeah. So still have about 3 minutes left. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Sorry, I think I started, right?
We still have about 3 minutes, yeah, to present it. Just to let you know in advance, yeah. You still have time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Let's continue. Because of the failure of MBB 1.1 in 2018, the CEO decided to fundamentally redesign it into MBB 2. To strike a balance between customer acquisition, retention, and expansion, MBB 2 divided revenues based on the product market range by argument. In this framework, revenues were categorized into 4 groups. First, revenues by retention. Second, revenues by expansion. And third, revenues by acquisition with existing products. And finally, revenues from acquisition with new products. Note that MBB2 was indifferent to whether customers were JST acquired or JSM appointed, because JST was no longer dependent on JSM at that time. MBB2 worked well as expected. Because it motivated salespeople to sell new products to existing customers or implement customer expansion. The CFO said, "Since MBB2 was introduced, I have never felt that numbers do not reflect the reality. I have been able to capture trends such as increased adoption rates of new products selling to existing customers. Customer acquisition, on the other hand, was not clearly realized at the time of writing. However, sales managers emphasized that MBB2 was useful in explaining the significance of customer acquisition. A manager said, when we try to do customer acquisition with new products, this is not easy. One sign of change is that when the sales of customer acquisition become visible, the company's sales ratio among the whole group naturally change. And we are able to share this information at sales meetings. We can now talk about things in numerical form. Overall, MBB2 appeared effective in implementing marketing strategies. This study addresses marketing-based budgeting, which focuses on revenue from customer acquisition, retention, and expansion. The study shows that organizations must design and repeatedly redesign MBB to influence salespeople to implement marketing strategy. And this study describes one research site only. It is a limitation. But we believe that our case study for 18 years made a substantial contribution. That's all. Thank you very much for your listening.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Matsuoka, for your nice presentation. So, could you please stop sharing? And now for providing feedback, I would like to invite as a discussion, Professor Jan Alpenberg, professor from Linnaeus University, Sweden. So I would like to invite Professor Jan. You could start whenever you're ready. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am the ones that has read Professor Matsuoka's his co-author's paper, and I would like to give some feedback on what I just have read. The paper, as we have heard, is called Uniting Accounting with Marketing in a Japanese Electrical Part Supplier. And we know the authors there. My agenda for the discussion here is, and I have taken an improvement perspective on this discussion. I would like to suggest some improvement for the introduction, for lit review, for methodology, for the presentation on the results, conclusion, and the overall impression. When it comes to the introductory chapter, I find it's a very interesting and relevant topic in many ways. And what I say here with topic is, I'm not sure about the focus you have of this paper, in the sense that you say that you're trying to write about uniting accounting and marketing through marketing-based budgeting. But are you trying to do that? I'm not really sure. I rather think that you have something more interesting in the paper here than that uniting aspect, because your paper is a good example of what I see, an interventionistic approach when it comes to how resistance and tension in an organization arise when you decide to design or implement new tools, management accounting, management control tools, in this case the MBB, and along with the change of strategy. And I think that should be the focus of the paper, because I think that's where you actually have something that is fundamentally interesting and triggers my interest, because I see that here is something, and especially with this kind of action research also. So in my opinion, you should develop and emphasize how and why organizational tension, resistance arise in the organization when management is taking certain action, for example, designing or implementing a new system or a tool, MBB in this case, which might then have an underlying ambition to unite accounting measures with marketing, or unite budgeting rationale with the marketing function, and how it possibly can be dealt with. I think you have an enormous opportunity with the access to this company to actually dig into and find and peel the onion, so to speak. And I would like your research question more to reflect that. That's when I read your paper and what I see is in this paper. I would probably adjust it a little bit to emphasize that. And there are several different directions for the paper. You could present it as more of a design study or more of a tension study, prototyping. There are several different aspects in this that I think you have in it. If we go over to the lit review, I would like you to a little bit more clearly define the fundamental concepts that you use, define them and anchor them in the accounting field. Now you are kind of telling me about this market-based budgeting, and you don't really give me a lot of support for why this is an established concept. So you could help me, and I know this is a paper in development, so I'm not criticizing, I'm more supporting the direction, and I think you could be a little bit more comprehensive there. I think also it will be interesting to a little bit see your theoretical lens. You haven't really given me any suggestions about that, but examples, and I just did some review of the kind of underlying aspects that you are studying, that here several different theories could function as your theoretical lens: conflict theory, structural functionalist, system theory, etc. There is a long list, and I think just by Googling it, I came up with a list of about 9 different theoretical foundations that could potentially fit into what you're doing in this paper. I also, and I think I have said this, you use those abbreviation a little bit too quick, I think. I would like you to a little bit more frame and be a little bit more consistent in the terminology you're using. You're using a lot of different words, and you assume that the reader is as much into this field as you are. And I think you could maybe clarify that and be a little bit more distinct in your use of the concepts. And I also see that you are just in the beginning of your lit review, and I think that can go in different directions, as I said, but I would probably target a specific journal here and then connect your research to that ongoing debate in that journal. And I can't really figure out which journal you're heading for, because you don't have a list of references in the material I got. So I'm not suggesting any particular journal now. I think you know more about that than me. So when it comes to methodology, I think I would like also to see a little bit more clarity. It's a very interesting interventionistic and kind of action research in many ways. But I could see you clarifying the respondents a little bit more, the different managers, how many have you interviewed, salespeople, other people that have been involved, not only those that are co-authors, because that gives a little bit of a skewed view. So I would like to see more of that. The research process, how you have done more explicitly, and how the interviews have been done during different phases and so on, could also be explained. Transparency is a key here, I think. Since you are 2 external professors and then you have 2 people from the company, how that separation of roles so you don't research yourself, that become kind of can easily become a little bit complicated. So try to be a little bit more transparent in that sense, and clarify the roles and how that has played out here. Limitations to the chosen methodology. and also a little bit more of the action research, I think could be clarified. And how you have evaluate the different activities when you conclude certain things in the paper. And I think that's an area where you can do a lot more when it comes to the tension aspects. Improving the presentation, the results, I would love to read more excerpts from the interviews. I see that you have just briefly touched that because they create a foundation for me to believe the story and to hear that interviewees' point of view and their voice in your paper. And then you could, depending on which direction, you could, for example, summarize the different types of steps or prototypes or design steps, whatever you would want to call that, and the resistance and tensions that has been caused and how it has been dealt with to the next round of prototype or phase. So I would like to suggest that I think focus on the tension and resistance that you have seen and why it has been there and how it has been visible, and possibly also how it has been dealt with for the next round. It can create a quite unique study to read about how to implement these kind of new tools, because that's designing, implementing is often very complicated and difficult, and maybe different solutions. Conclusions. What is new and relevant from this study that you have? What can be learned, and clarify your contribution would be. And my overall impression is that the overall structure, which I'm sure you are working on, could improve and be a little bit more reader friendly. Present what do we know about this area, what do we not know about the area, what are you doing in this paper, and what is your contribution. I think you can make this into a very interesting paper. The potential is there, even though you haven't given me all the details, but I see that you are there and you are on to something. But so that's about my comments. So I'm stop sharing there.
Wow, thank you so much, Professor Yan. So it's a very detailed and comprehensive review, I would say. It's very excellent. So for the rest of the time, I would like to give the opportunity to Professor Matsuoka to give your reply, a short and a brief reply regarding what have been advised by Professor Yan, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for your discussion. Your discussion is really, really beautiful. Thank you very much. And you raised a lot of questions, so I need to focus on some of them. And especially, I think I'd like to reply to your question about theory or literature review or methodology. Actually, I think our research should focus more on organizational change caused by the introduction of new management accounting systems. So I think I should use another theoretical basis for this paper. In my opinion, I have an idea of after network theory. This is a theory from sociology. And Professor Vikram Sinhe proposed that we should use after network theory for this research. And I think adapting the after network theory is in submitting this paper to accounting journals. such as accounting organization of society, management accounting research, critical perspectives of accounting, etc. So I would like to submit this paper in the future to prestigious management accounting research journal, such as oleh or TDH. Yeah. Thank you very much for your comments. That's all. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Now I would like to invite the floor for a very short comment to the paper of Professor Matsuoka, if any. Yeah, is there? Okay, so it seems that there is no comment yet, so we will go back again. We have time left for all of the presenters. Now, please allow me to invite the second presenters. But before that, I will give a big round of applause first to Professor Matsuoka and Professor Ian Alpenberg. Yeah, please give our big round of applause. Thank you so much. Yeah, virtually. Yeah. Okay, now I would like the second presenters. The second presenter is from Xiamen University, China. The presenter is Muhammad Islam Biswa, and he's going to present the paper titled The Effect of Artificial Intelligence Target Setting and Performance Evaluation on Employee Job Behavior and Performance. For the next 20 minutes, the monitor is yours. You could share and start the presentation. Anytime you're ready, please.
Yeah, can you hear me, please? Hello?
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, we can see your slide. Please proceed it. Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, welcome to my presentation. I'm Muhammad Islam Biswa from Xiamen University, and I have one of my co-author, Professor Chen Yashin, and the title of my presentation topic is today the effect of artificial intelligence target setting and performance evaluation on employee job behavior and performance. If we see this picture about this here, the first picture is about that AI is talking with someone. So he is discussed with something about with human. And if we see that in the second picture that AI is working with other human, and the third picture, if we see that AI is waiting for an interview with the other human, and the fourth picture, if we see that the AI is working to managing the inventory of an organization. So AI is everywhere. AI is doing many things in nowadays in the modern world. So with the continuous development of technology, firms are interested to investigate interested to invest millions of dollars with the goal of enhancing that efficiency, productivity, and decision-making capabilities of management control system. One of the cutting-edge technology that firms are integrated into the management control system, that is artificial intelligence. So a recent report shows that the worldwide expenditure on AI is estimated to grow $422 million by 2028, and it is expected to grow by in the near future. However, some leading corporate organizations in the world like Delta Airlines, IBM, Unilever has already implemented AI-based algorithm management in their business operation. In recent decades, as AI has improved and its data-driven capabilities lead the firms to integrate the AI capabilities into the management control system that was previously done by human supervisors. So in doing so, business decision that was previously taken by a human, now it is taken by AI. So in accounting, research has begun to investigate the role of technology in the management control system. For example, the application of AI in the managerial accounting is beginning to focus to evaluate the employees' target performance. AI play a managerial role organized by using their deep learning neural network technology, neural language analysis, and big data analysis capabilities. AI can observe and monitor the employees' work behavior and activities and assess employees' work performance and provide a personalized recommendation about to increase employees' job behavior and skill. So some some organization in the leading corporation in the world like Unilever, Airbnb already integrated algorithm management system for evaluating their employee performance, thereby providing a data-driven performance feedback. So, but there is an intense debate in the literature about the replacement of human with AI in the management control system. Some previous scholars, they argue that the capabilities of AI to collect, analyze, and combine data is unparalleled compared to human. On the other hand, other group of researchers, they argue that the human possesses some capabilities that including the including the interpersonal communication skill, maintaining the uncertainty and ambiguity in the course of decision making. So researchers and decision makers is still now is not yet reached a consensus with the replacement of human with AI in the management control system. However, a growing body of research documents that the behavioral consequence of employees regarding the decision made by AI can have some influence on their work performance and job behaviors. So yet very little research consistency evidence exists in the management accounting literature that can tell us about the behavioral consequence and performance outcome of employees resulting from AI integration into the management control system. So based on this motivation, my main research question is about how AI target setting and performance evaluation affect employee job behavior and performance in compared to traditional human-based approaches. To achieve the main research question, I have three specific questions. The first question is about how AI target setting affect employees' effort intensity and emotional arousal compared to human target setting. My second specific research question, how does AI performance evaluation affect employee effort intensity and emotional arousal compared to human performance evaluation? And the last one is the combined effect of target setter and performance evaluator on affect employee performance. So while the peer research has delved into ongoing debate surrounding the AI integration into the management control system, these issues remain unsettled among the academics and practitioners. As such, our studies endeavors to fulfill this gap by examining the effect of AI-based target setting and performance evaluation on employee effort intensity, emotional arousal, and performance in compared to traditional human-based approaches. Consequently, AI-human combination combined application can be a trend in the firm's decision making. So in the line of this, our research sector address these issues by examining the combined effect of AI-human performance. Objective, we have developed some hypotheses. In our study, we have three groups of hypotheses. So first group of hypotheses is about the targets setting. So AI versus human target setting. Previous researchers has already argued that the AI has the capability to collect, analyze, and combine data is unparalleled compared to human supervisor. So accounting research has also demonstrated that specific and challenging target lead to higher level of employee effort than the target that have no goal or easy goal at all. So in a competitive business environment, a pre-receiving data-driven target set by AI need a higher employee effort intensity to complete the task in time. So based on this argument, we developed the first hypothesis that the employee effort intensity under AI generated target will be greater than the employee effort intensity under human generated target. On the other hand, when AI generate a target would be subject to debate due to their lack of subjective evaluation capabilities, lower experience in physical sensation and emotion and medium level of agency of thinking, planning, and acting, which motivate the employee for negative perception and demotivate the employee and activate lower emotional arousal to the employee. So based on these argument, we propose this hypothesis that employee emotional arousal will be under AI generated target will be lower than employees positive emotional arousal under human generated target. So second group of hypothesis is about the performance evaluator, AI versus human. So we have already argued that AI has some technological advantages that provide personalized performance evaluation to improve employees' job behavior and performance. On the other hand, similarly, human has some advantages, like they have high level of agency. That means the physical sensation, emotion, high level of experience in thinking, planning, and they have also some transformational and higher communication skill. So when AI evaluate employees' objective performance, AI consider all available information, use mathematics, logic, and a predetermined fixed formula to generate employees' objective performance, which we call AI algorithm, like this, which we call AI algorithm. Similarly, when human evaluate employees' performance, they use also mathematics, logic, and a predetermined fixed formula, which is called human objective. Human subjective performance evaluation is based on experience, judgment, and discretion, which we call human subjective. And human subjective performance evaluation is based on subjective performance evaluation of AI is based on the other participant historical or performance data that is similar tasks or other performance evaluation that we call AI data. So we argue here that the predetermined fixed formula or human discretionary to evaluate employee performance, they provide more accurate and unbiased performance evaluation that have psychological effect, thereby intensify their effort intensity to complete the task in time. So based on this, we argue that the performance evaluated by AI algorithm will lead to greater employee effort intensity than the performance evaluated by human objective. And the second hypothesis is here that performance evaluated by AI data will lead to lower employee effort intensity than performance evaluated by human objective. So previous researchers already argued that the individual perception, acceptance, and response to a decision are influenced by the sources of decision. We argue that here when employees' emotional arousal will be differ, when their performance evaluator will be different, specifically when AI evaluate employees' performance, when an employee perceive that AI is lack of emotional intelligence, they have the capability, lack of capability of display and receive emotional response from employee, which is critical to social relationship. So based on these argument, we propose these two hypotheses that performance evaluated by AI algorithm will lead to lower positive employees' emotional arousal than performance evaluated by human subjective. Similarly, performance evaluated by AI data will lead to lower positive employees' emotional arousal than performance evaluated by human subjective. And the third group of my hypothesis is about the interactive effect of target setter and performance evaluator. So we argue that here a predetermined fixed formula by AI operate a specific traceable and transparent rules when evaluate the performance, which generate more consistent and objective performance evaluation, thereby increase employees' performance. So we propose this third hypothesis: when performance target is set by AI, employees' performance will be greater when the performance is evaluated by AI algorithm than their performance is evaluated by human subjective. And the second one is when the performance target is set by human, employee performance will be greater when the performance is evaluated by AI algorithm than the performance is evaluated by human objective. So although AI has the superior capabilities in collecting, analyzing, and making accurate, more comprehensive prediction, but AI has some lack of subjective evaluation capabilities, lower experience, and a medium level of agency. So based on these, we have proposed these two hypotheses. So based on the discussion, we have developed this theoretical framework. So two target setter, AI and human, and performance evaluator, AI versus human, then effect of employee job behavior and the performance. So this theoretical framework underlying our hypothesis to reflect a mediation effect of target setter and performance evaluator on employee job behavior. We predict four mediator effect of AI target setter, performance evaluated by AI algorithm, and performance evaluated by human subjective. So here we propose that employees effort intensity mediate the relationship AI target set and employee performance. Similarly, if employees effort intensity mediate the relationship AI algorithm, performance evaluated by AI algorithm, and employee performance, and employees effort intensity mediate the relationship performance evaluated by human subjective and employee performance. And lastly, we propose that employees emotional arousal mediate the relationship human subjective and employee performance. So to achieve our objective, we recruited 240 managers with minimum bachelor degree, at least 3 years job experience in the managerial position in accounting. And this is the demographic information about the participant: 33.35 years old, 41.6% are female, 55.2% participant are graduate, and had 8.44 years full-time job experience. So in our study, we used a between subject experimental design to test our hypothesis. And in our design, we have 2 target setter and 4 performance evaluator. So we have 2 target setter is AI set target and human set target, and 4 performance evaluator is performance evaluated by AI algorithm, AI data, human objective, and human subjective. So we have total 8 groups to complete our experiment. So in this research, we have used an experimental equipment to measure the effort intensity and emotional arousal of the participant. And this is the experimental equipment, and this experimental equipment is electromal activities. In short, we can say EDA. So this EDA can provide 4 times per second the human emotion level and heart rate. And this device, from heart rate, we can measure the employee's effort intensity. And if we see, this is the picture, and this first portion of this picture is EDA. EDA here measure the employee's emotion level, and this is the heart rate of the employee. This heart rate measure the employee's effort intensity. And the collected data was stored on the cloud and locally downloaded from the official website. So in the experimental task, we use a simple translation task that was adapted from the previous researchers. So the translation task, the participant are translated the symbol into the letter by the alphabet using the key. So this is the translation key. For every letter, there is a symbol. For A to Z, there is a symbol. So participants have to translate this symbol. Like this is a symbol, so they have to write the alphabet here. So in experimental procedure, participant were scheduled to arrive the experimental time at the predetermined time period. So after arriving the office, experimental lab office, the participant were assigned one of the 8 group, and they at the beginning of the experiment, the participant were instructed, given the instruction of the experiment, and read aloud the instruction for their better understanding. And then the experimental task was started. The experimental task was 3 rounds, but the first 2 rounds is about their practice session and familiar with the experimental task. After end of the second round, the researchers assisted to wear the EDA device in their hand. Upon wearing the EDA device, the participants are directed to remain their mind close and close their eyes with 3 minutes. And at that time, we measure the employee's heart rate and emotional. We measure the employee's baseline of the heart rate and emotional arousal of the participant. And after that, the third round, the final round and the main round of the experiment was started. And the participant was here instructed that their payment and will be based on the performance of the third round. And after the 5 minutes of the third round, their experimental task was ended and the EDA device was taken. And after EDA device taken, the post-experimental questionnaire was given that include the demographic, some other question, and their payment was given. They received their payment. So the participants, those who are in the AI algorithm and human objective group, we give their payment based on this formula. And the participant, those who are AI data and human subjective, their performance, their payment was given based on this formula. So in our study, we have some dependent
Ms. Wah would like to let you know that you still have 5 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, sorry,
So,
3 minutes. Sorry, 3 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we have four some independent variable like AI target set, AI algorithm, and AI data performance evaluation. So dependent variable was effort intensity, and effort intensity was measured by employees' heart rate and emotional arousal. This device directly provide the employees' emotional arousal and employees' performance. That was a number of symbol decoded, correctly decoded by the participant. That measure the employee's performance. So in the result analysis, we firstly describe this descriptive statistics of the three dependent variable and the effort intensity, emotional arousal, and employees' performance in different target setter group and different performance evaluators. So this table shows about the descriptive statistics of the independent variable. So in the hypothesis testing, in first hypothesis, we have two hypotheses about the impact of target setter on employee effort intensity and emotional arousal. To assess the different target setter and performance evaluator, we shows that there is a considering AI target set and human target set independent variable, and these two are dependent variables. So this result shows that there is a significant difference in AI target set and human target set of effort intensity and emotional arousal, and these results support our hypothesis 1. And hypothesis 2 is about the performance evaluator on employees' effort intensity and emotional arousal. Similarly, we use the on-way ANOVA to assess our result, and we show that there is a significant difference in every performance evaluator that support, and these results support our hypothesis. And the third group of hypothesis about the interactive effect of target setter and performance evaluator. If the target set by AI or human, and what will be their performance. So this result is also there is a significant difference in performance, employee performance, and there is a we also this result also support our hypothesis. So this is about the mediating effect result, and we have 4 mediating effects. So these mediating effect, this effort intensity and target setter and performance evaluator. So this mediating effort shows that there is a mediation effect of effort intensity. There is a mediation effect of AI target setter and performance evaluation. Similarly, effort intensity mediate the relationship between AI algorithm and performance, and effort intensity also mediate the relationship human subjective and performance, and emotional arousal human subjective and performance. So our research has contributed some in management accounting research. First, this study at the management accounting researchers by evaluating the AI target setting and performance evaluation on employees of behavior and performance. Similarly, our study add introduce the AI human combination in the management control system, because the result of our study shows that the objective performance evaluated by AI will provide better performance, and subjective performance evaluated by human provide better performance of the increase the employees' performance. And our study also contributes some in the firms. So in practically, so as the investment of the AI is increasing day by day, so the firms are advised to increase to integrate in technology in the management control system. So our study findings will help the organization to adapt the performance evaluation, hybrid performance evaluation system to increase their investment of AI. So the result of our result shows that it provides valuable insight of the organization and regulator by quantifying the impact of AI-generated decision on employee job behavior and performance. So this study has some policy-making implication are significant increasing the use of AI in the workplace. So this will help the policymaker to express concern about the negative effect of AI on employee well-being. So in the concluding remark, we use an experimental task to investigate the impact of AI target setting and performance evaluation on employee job behavior performance, and we find that there is a significant impact of AI adoption in the management control system on employee job behavior and performance. So we in our study there has some limitation which present a new scope of future research. In our experiment, we use the same target for AI and human group, which limit the variability. The generality of the findings may be limit for more advanced AI technology, and it's maybe not generalize the findings in the long term, because we have used our study in the short term study. So when the employees are very used to everyday use the AI technology, maybe they will be reluctant to use the technology, will reduce the repeated use. So thereby the effect, the study finds more fade over the time. So the future research could explore how the balance of these expense influence the employee's reliance on employee. So that's all about to me. Thank you all to hearing me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Biswa. Very nice presentation and interesting study, I would say. A big round of applause to Professor Biswa. Yeah, wish we could have face-to-face meeting, yeah, but now we will give you the virtual big round of applause. Thank you so much. Now we would like to invite Professor Matsuoka for sharing your thoughts about what have been presented by Professor Biswa. Professor Matsuoka from Tohoku Gakuen University, Japan. For the next 10 minutes, the time is yours, please.
Yeah, let's get started. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Biswa. This is really interesting research, and it is very it's my very pleasure to discuss your study. So I think this study addresses an interesting and important question, which is better AI or human to motivate employees and improve performance through target setting and performance evaluation. In my understanding, the categorization of performance evaluation can be recategorized into two types: predetermined fixed formula-based performance evaluation, PFF, which you call AI algorithm, and human objective. And the next category is non-predetermined fixed formula-based performance evaluation, non-PAF, which you call AI data and human subjective in your study. Hereafter, I use the terms PFF and non-PFF. Bullet points of the experiment are as follows. The authors adopted a laboratory experiment method and collected 240 samples from practitioners. This is a very nice data set. And they compared AI and human based on 3 factors model: target setting, PFF, and non-PFF. The experimental design led to 8 experimental segments, 2 by 2 by 2. I think this is a well thought out design. All the hypotheses were supported. The experiment revealed some situations where AI exceeded humans in increasing effort intensity of employees. At the same time, they also showed other situations where humans were better than AI to increase effort intensity and emotional arousal. My overall comments are as follows. The use of AI for management control is both practically and academically interesting. I highly commend the authors for dealing this hot topic in a timely manner. A laboratory experiment is the best way to examine cause and effect relationship because it can almost completely control spurious correlations. The use of experiments with a well-thought-out design is a great strength of this study. The use of objective electrodermal activity measures overcomes potential bias in questionnaire-based subjective measures. The authors successfully provide unbiased evidences. However, to improve the study further, the authors can consider some issues which are divided into 2 parts. Issues of model for H1A to H2D, and issues of model for H3A to H3D. This is a figure of model of H1A to H2D. Combining 3 independent variables, target setting, PFF and non-PFF, and two dependent variables, effort intensity and emotional arousal, the authors posited 6 hypotheses like this. My question is coming from the 6 hypotheses. Looking at the 6 hypotheses closely, the hypotheses can be categorized into 2 groups. The first group is AI superior hypothesis, which are H1A and H2A. And the second group is human inferior hypothesis, which are H1B, H2B, H2C, and H2D. In my view, the human superior hypothesis needs more explanations to justify the assertion. This is because, as long as I read the paper, the major rationale that supports human superiority is leadership abilities and interpersonal skills. For example, the authors explain in their paper, humans possess superior transformational leadership abilities and higher interpersonal skills in evaluating subjective factors. However, I think other explanations should also be discussed because not all humans have leadership abilities and high interpersonal skills. It's not really clear in the paper that participants recognize that evaluators had enough leadership abilities and interpersonal skills. Rather, it is well known that humans introduce favoritism and bias in performance evaluation. This is discussed in the paper by Itner, Raka, and Meyer 2003 in Accounting Review. If I were you, I would discuss factors that lead to human inferiority, as well as those that promote human superiority. The next issue is about the model of H3A to H3D. H3A to H3D are hypotheses about combinational effects of performance evaluation and target setting. In my understanding, the model can be depicted like this figure, which shows direct effects, not indirect effects of AI and human on performance. However, this figure raises 2 questions. The first question is the model really relevant to interaction effects? Regardless of target setting, the 4 hypotheses are summarized into 2. AI is more effective on performance in PFF. AI superior hypothesis, H3A and H3B. And human is more effective on performance in non-PFF. This is human superior hypothesis, H3C and H3D. In my view, the 4 hypotheses are not relevant to interaction effects. A hypothesis of interaction should focus on an influence of the effect. For example, PFF by AI increases the positive effect of target setting by AI on performance, which is depicted as the model here. In addition, 2-way instead of 1-way ANOVA should be used to test statistical significance of interaction effects. The next question is the model really relevant to direct effects? It's not really clear in the paper why the authors chose performance as a dependent variable rather than effort intensity and emotional arousal. Figure 1 in the paper posits target setting and performance evaluation have direct effects on effort intensity and emotional arousal, and indirect effects on performance. In addition, the authors statistically revealed that target setting and performance evaluation showed indirect rather than direct effects on performance. These are shown in figure 2 to figure 5 in the paper. Thus, if I were you, I would first examine the direct effect of effort intensity and emotional arousal, then test the interaction effect on the same variables, effort intensity and emotional arousal, and finally analyze the indirect effects on performance. So let me just summarize proposals I have made. Discuss pros and cons of performance evaluation by human more comprehensively. In particular, favoritism and bias are well-known issues in subjective performance evaluation. Subjectivity has been well studied in the literature. And we designed the examination of interaction effects of target setting and performance evaluation. Specifically, review the hypothesis. Interaction effects are influences on the effect. Consider using two-way ANOVA to test interaction effects. Consider setting effort intensity and emotional arousal instead of performance as dependent variables. Target setting and performance evaluation have indirect rather than direct effects on performance. But I'm sure this research is timely, interesting, and promising. Good luck with your research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Matsuoka. So again, this is a very comprehensive and detailed overview regarding the paper presented by Professor Biswa. Now, I would like to invite Professor Biswa to give your short and brief reply regarding what have been advised.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Because Professor, he makes some important, make some comments, especially improve my literature review, improve my structure. He gives some figures, also gives some suggestions, special suggestion, improve how to improve the paper. Like he suggests to use the two-way ANOVA and how to improve my hypothesis. And I think these things will help me to improve the paper and to that will help me to submit the good journal to publish my paper. Thank you, Professor. Thank you again. I'll try to improve my paper by using your suggestion.
Yeah, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
All the best also, Professor Biswas. I do believe that after receiving very valuable comments that you will publish in a very good and reputable international journal. Yeah. So for all other participants, I would like to remind you stay here because we will have the photo session at the end of the session. But now we are going to invite the last but not the least presenters in this room. Yeah. But any comment before that? Sorry, just I just saw raise hand just now. Or not yet? Okay. Yeah, because talking about artificial intelligence is always interesting. Yeah. Okay. If there is no comments.
Well,
or are there any...
I have a comment.
Yeah, please. Yes.
No, I think both the paper and the discussion here was very insightful and show a lot of understanding of what the paper is addressing. But I just want to address the underlying ethical questions. Are we researching to get to a point where AI manage and control humans? And I from an ethical point of view and the view of humans, I'm a little bit want to raise some questions regarding that. And I think that for the author of the paper here is you have to kind of also look at what is the desirable future and what kind of people will you have working in these kind of organizations where AI controls you. Isn't it better than to have robots to have things done that can be controlled by AI and let the humans be controlled by humans? I'm just curious about your perception of that.
Thank you, Professor Yan, for interesting questions. Professor Biswas, you could reply in a brief way also. Yes, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for your question, Professor, because he's right, because obviously artificial intelligence or robot is controlled by human, but some organization, leading corporation in the world like Amazon, Delta Airlines, or some other leading IBM, they are using AI to evaluate performance evaluation of the employees, that automatically evaluate their objective performance, not all performance. So some of the organization, they are directly evaluated their employee performance, and this performance, I mean that this software or this robot is made by human. So indirectly, these things is created by human, but it's automatically evaluate the employees performance, and it is time consuming and cost effective. And if these things, this performance evaluation is done by human, it takes time. The organization have to expense more money, and maybe the performance evaluator, he have to done these things continuously, I mean again and again. So in this sense, the AI is doing something with the help of human, not only AI.
Okay, so thank you so much, Professor Jan. Tack så mycket in Swedish, I would say. Yeah, and then thank you, Professor Biswa. Now I would like to invite paper I-14. The paper is in the Swedish forest industries, and the authors are Professor Thomas Notpel from University of Lodz, Poland, and Professor Jan Alpenberg from Linnaeus University. So for the next 20 minutes, the monitor is yours. Please. Going to present, Professor Thomas? Yes, please.
I feel we will present both of us. So Jan, I can present the first part and you will present the second, okay?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to present our paper. I would like to say good afternoon, especially to Professor Ueno, Professor Sakar, also to you, Mimba, and to Czesława Krystowskas, Professor Omar Bulent, I have seen during the previous session, and also best greetings to all of you participants of this session. So let me share a screen with you. Yeah. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay, so our paper is on integrated, what we call capital investment appraisal in the Swedish forest industry. And I think the first word in the title of the paper is the most important, because we have discovered some kind of integrated approach to capital investment assessment in the Swedish forest companies. So first of all, previous research has in many respects disregarded the non-financial considerations made in connection with investment decisions. But a lot of problems arises when actually non-financial considerations are overlooked. But on the other hand, including non-financial considerations into investment assessment increases the complexity of the investment assessment, because non-financial considerations normally differ more between companies than the financial ones. There is a divided opinion about the importance that should be placed on financial versus non-financial considerations, but many authors suggest that there is an increased use of non-financial considerations in investment assessment decisions, especially in the forest industry in the US. But also some researchers state that non-financial consequences of the investments are at least as important to consider during the investment decision as the financial ones. So the literature analysis generally revealed that many authors regard non-financial factors as quite important or even very important in investment assessment to be taken into account. But also no research has focused on these non-financial factors. The research mainly focused on financial factors during the investment assessment. So this, in our opinion, creates a research gap, which we tried to fulfill like a bit maybe. So in the light of the short discussion I actually showed, the purpose of our research is to actually map how companies in Swedish forest industry proceed in investment assessment regarding tangible investments through determination of two aspects. So we wanted to study which financial appraisal methods are used, but our main focus was probably on non-financial considerations. Which of these considerations are taken into account by Swedish forest companies while assessing tangible investments in the industry? So now a bit about the research method. The study objects were chosen based on three pre-selected criteria. The company we wanted to study, they have to belong to the forest industry in the sense that the business includes processing of wood raw material. Also, the company must be active in Sweden, and the company must have made one or more tangible investments in the last years. So only the companies which met all the criteria, they were studied. We actually first sent an email to 30 companies meeting this criteria. A total of 12 companies initially showed interest in participating in our study, but later 2 of them, they refrained from participating in the study due to lack of time. So finally, we actually analyzed 10 companies. And you have the basic data about the companies. So these companies were pretty different as the size of the companies is concerned. So we had very big companies, and we had like maybe not small companies, but like medium-sized companies. And we actually did the research in a qualitative way. So we actually interviewed 1 or 2 managers responsible for investments in each company. The empirical material has primarily been collected in 3 ways. So first of all, it was a semi-structured interview with selected respondents from each company, respondents which actually had the biggest knowledge about the investment appraisal in their organizations. Then we also used follow-up questions linked to the respondents' answers. We used internal documents of the companies to strengthen and deepen the analysis. So the interviews were conducted digitally with the help of Zoom and were transcribed shortly thereafter. And I think I will actually let Jan to continue.
Yes, thank you, Tomasz. Regarding the research results, we summarized our findings in what we call the financial considerations. And in this slide here, we see how the companies participating in this study are using different methods of capital investment evaluations. We see a predominant use of payback. We see a less common use of NPVs, and even a less use of internal rate of return. We observe a very significant use of various sensitivity analysis, which is interesting. So the next slide. As we can notice from the last slide here, the popularity of payback method is in many ways very solid. And the reason we find to that popularity is the simplicity of the method. It's a method that basically everybody in the company understands, and it has also grown to become a tradition. You always want to figure out the payback time. It's you take the initial investment, divide that by the cash surplus for each year, and you don't consider the cost of capital or rate of return, but you just calculate those two, and you get a number of years in which the initial investment is paid back. So, simple, but heavy practical use. The reason for why the lower use of deferred cash flow methods are there is that a lot of the companies have chosen to handle investment assessment in a way that they do today because it has grown over time and thereby proved to work. And in the majority of the studied companies, payback is combined with one or two of the deferred cash flow methods. And they are kind of providing a package which offers then more information on the estimated financial results of the investment and bridge the complexity of deferred cash flow methods in explaining estimated investment results. All of the surveyed or studied companies here agree that both financial and non-financial consequences has to be taken into account while assessing the investment proposals. And we can, for example, here see how one of the development managers, explained that the non-financial consequences are taken into account in the investment assessment. And in another one, he stated that the starting point is always to ensure that the strategy is fulfilled, and that this can be done by taking into account both financial and non-financial consequences. So non-financial considerations are quite significant, maybe more significant than we actually have in our textbooks. And as Thomas mentioned before, how these non-financial considerations are done in real life in companies are quite vaguely described in the literature. And we find that these non-financial considerations could be divided into three areas: the strategic aspects, the environmental aspects, and social aspects. And we have here listed kind of the summary of what each category here. So I think we're going to get into to each one of them a little bit more in detail. So if we flip to the next slide there. Thank you. The strategic aspects that are considered is, of course, the most important is that it is along the strategy. And that sounds pretty easy to determine, but often that is also a kind of opening where managers can reinterpret certain investments based on their understanding of what the strategy is. Because as we know, we have the corporate strategy, and then if we go down the hierarchy of strategic levels, we can always find a fit into a strategy. So we always want to rely, or they want to rely on that it's a strategic fit. But also the research identify three basic areas in which these strategic aspects are taken into account, and they are the increasing competitiveness, and the underlying rationale here is that increased competitiveness will lead to increased profitability, bottom line. So therefore, how the investment is influencing the competitiveness is important and taken into consideration. It is how it's promoting customer value or increasing of the customer value. And that is also, of course, leading to additional perceived customer value by the customers, and at the end, higher customer retention and higher profitability at the end. And also the technical improvements is also believed to be very important in when they consider strategic aspects. And many of the respondents, as we can see here, state that these areas are usually interlinked. If we move over to the second area of non-financial considerations, we find, not surprisingly, but we find quite a significant focus on environmental aspects when capital investments are done. And all of the companies that we have studied here consider the investment's environmental impact in their investment assessment. So how they do it varies, and what kind of factors they look at, but everybody is looking at the investment from an environmental perspective. And the two basic reasons for why it is done like this is it is the mandatory aspects. We know that increased legislation and requirements demand companies to actually take environmental concern into their investments, and to follow the legislation and the policies that are written by the companies is really important for a lot of companies. And we believe that it's not only what they say. We believe that a lot of the visible signs indicate that actually they have implemented this into their considerations. There is also the voluntary, which by some critics can look like this greenwashing, but we believe that when we have studied these companies, that there is an increased environmental awareness within the company, and it comes out of that their customers have grown increasingly aware of the importance of environmental aspects, and therefore also managers have to actually take action and do things that actually make a difference. And one area that this can be done is what kind of capital investments are we doing? And a lot of capital investments in this specific industry is influencing the environment in the villages and in the cities where they are located to a great extent, and also to as we can see here, they don't want to be one of those companies that do not take environmental impact into consideration, because that leads to an enormous negative reputation and consequences that maybe will lead to financial failures, but more and foremost that the customers will escape and leave them and not continue buying. So that kind of sticking to the being environmental for their own survival seems to be there. So the final area that we found, companies are more and more spending efforts on, is the social aspects, and all of the interviewed company leaders or managers here say that they pay attention to social aspects for several reasons, and the main two ones are the mandatory, obligatory one, which is that also the legislation and how you create safe working environment for people, even in this heavy automated and machine-driven industry. There's not a lot of people working in this area. A lot has been actually automated and robotized, but the companies, they actually want and need smart people who actually run these. And you know, if you want to recruit good people, you have to follow the legislation, and otherwise people will consider these companies not worthy to work at. And historically, these companies have been very heavily influenced by injuries. So that was the most unsafe industry if we go back 15, 20 years ago in Sweden. A lot of accidents, but we have seen that through actually paying attention to the social aspect, which is very much improving their working conditions, actually has decreased the number of injuries and negative publicity for these companies. And then, of course, they have the voluntary reasons to actually spend time on social aspects. It is to actually be able to recruit people. You know, it is difficult to find qualified people, and you know, you want to be considered as a reliable employer, and therefore social aspects are there, and long term they want to improve employee safety and increase employee comfort, job satisfaction. So what we then end up concluding here, we have 1 minute roughly left, and then we're going to be done. We have kind of integrated these two views, the financial and non-financial dimensions, into what we call an integrated investment assessment framework. This is just early tentacles in this area. We want to develop this into maybe a more robust empirical evidence for that this is the case in a broader sample. But this qualitative research has given a lot of insights into what's going on. And if we go into to the final slides here, conclusions is that there is a significant use of integrated investment assessment model. These models that we are seeing in the Swedish forest industry might not be directly applicable to other companies, since there is a very significant contextual variance in these companies. We also see that there is a lot of contingency factors that may influence the results, and a future study of this from a quantitative perspective will probably try to identify these contingency factors. And you know, we are aware of it's a small sample, and we have to be careful with the conclusions, but we see we see that there is an increased awareness of the importance of integrating both financial and non-financial aspects in big capital investments. Well, I think that's all for us right now, and thank you for listening, and we look forward to hear some constructive feedbacks on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Thomas and Professor Jan, for your excellent presentation, and also a very well-written paper, I would say. So just by chance that the discussant is myself, so please allow me to share my screen. Yeah. Okay. The title is Integrated Capital Investment Appraisal. Yeah. In the Swedish forest industry. So this paper is ID 14. So I would say that this is a very interesting topic, an important topic, especially Sweden. Here is covered by almost 69% by forest. I think similarly hold for Indonesia, for instance, and perhaps many other countries here. So I would say that Professor Jan and Professor Thomas, I really have a challenge task here because it's already well written. So this is not so many things that I would add here. Instead, I might write some questions at the end of this comment. Yeah. So here I can say that the authors also can show the data of forest industry that account for 9 to 12% of total employees, as well as export, sales, and value added in the Swedish industry compared with previous period of year. So in terms of hypothesis, also already very well developed, and the grand theory that you use really support this research. So this is more a complement. So authors also here can add research model in very a good way, and also sufficient literature review that shows how each variable is related to each other. You also use a very sound method here, and also, yeah, only just some examples here. Perhaps because not all of us are very familiar with the companies in the, especially forest industry in Sweden, we have clarify or in a more explicit way the reason why choosing such companies. Yeah, and you could reply that later on after this. And also the results also here are well explained, and the authors also can mention implication of the research for government, community, academic, and this also, of course, will convince the reviewers and all the things that the readers that this has a high impact and the added value is very clear. So the interesting things to me that come up in my mind when reading your paper is how is the implication of this research in less developed countries, perhaps not only Indonesia, but some other countries that have similar circumstances, that we also have many forest industry in our countries. And perhaps any specific circumstances that we have to be concerned when would like to overview the implication of your research in less developed countries, whether also government regulation has effect and to what extent, something like that. And yeah, all the best for your, I think it's almost reached the final step, yeah. So that's all from my side. So there's more compliments and the rest are questions. So congratulations, well done. I really enjoyed reading your papers. So regarding some questions that I just addressed, you could also write it here. So who would like to go first? Professor Thomas or Professor Jan?
Well, I can start. I think thank you for your comments. I'm sure there is still things we can improve, and we are working on that. So we got some input here from you. You asked for implications for others, and I think the one that comes to my mind, and you can add, Thomas, if you disagree or agree here, but I think why this is interesting is that Sweden is very much in the, I mean, it's a very big forest company or forest country with a lot of companies in this area because we have so much forest. But I think it also sets the tone for what the end customer are expecting from forest companies and how the environmental pressure is pushed down the value chain. And I think you can possibly learn from what's going on in Sweden. you know, I'm not saying that Sweden is by far the best in this area, but it is a lot of pressure on the forest company to actually be environmentally sustainable, and I think that's a trend that will continue and will be seen in other countries as well. So in that sense, I think the whole integrated approach is going to possibly guide companies and countries in the development of a sustainable strategy for forest industries. Thomas,
Okay,
do you want to?
Yeah, maybe I will add something. Yeah, you were talking about the influence of government regulations. Of course, they influence the investment appraisal and other areas in the forest companies and basically in any companies. But what was for us, I think, very interesting, that all the companies, they actually said that all the managers we interviewed, they said that they take into account all these 4 areas, and they are more or less equally important. Of course, we have expected that they are actually using different financial indicators, and we have also expected that they use actually some kind of assessment of the investments from the strategical point of view. But also, we were actually quite surprised that in this environmental dimension and safety dimension, they not only focus on government regulations, on laws, but they also use like voluntary different like targets. Yeah. So voluntarily, they set the targets which are actually more ambitious for the investments than the regulations require. And as Jan said, I think it will be very good to check if the model works on the whole population of Swedish forest companies. So our intention is to do a survey in more companies in Sweden. I mean, we will try to, of course, get the answers from the all companies from this industry. But if we get a good sample, I think we can more generalize the conclusions. And also, actually, if it works for the forest industry, maybe it would be the possibility to check if the companies in other industries, the companies with other contingencies, also use what we called this integrated capital investment appraisal.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's both of your answers from Professor Thomas and Jan. I do believe that this really gives some like ideas to all of us here. So this is a lot of chance that we could elaborate, and also if we interested in doing similar things, of course, so many factors that have to be considered, especially you mentioned non-financial dimensions, yeah, strategic, environmental, and social aspect. So just my short, whether culture has an impact for that, perhaps moderated something like that, just a very brief answers for that. Whether cultures, yeah, it's really hard to yeah.
I mean, because
I think employees here, yeah, comfortable, yeah, something like that.
Yeah, can you repeat the last thing you said? You cut out a little bit, so please say the last things again.
Yes, about one thing that in the social aspect about how to increase or to keep the employees comfortable. Yeah. So I think, do you think that culture also has an impact for that? That's the level of comfortness, or this is just in a standardized level? Because sometimes when we talking about the comfortable things, that sometimes also culture has an impact for that. What do you think? Just a very short before we just invite other participants.
I think culture is, I mean, you have culture on different levels, the national culture, and of course it's a forest country, and to have a solid forest industry is important. But when it comes down on an individual basis, I would say that this industry has gone through a remarkable increase in their job safety over I studied this industry like 20 years ago in another different study, but they were suffering significantly from a lot of injuries, and they have done, I would say, a remarkable journey. They are still lagging in comparison to a lot of manufacturing industry. I mean, forest industry is paradoxically enough an industry in Sweden that it has been probably the slowest to develop and adopt new technology and new ways of creating good workplaces. But when they actually got on the bandwagon and started to do that, we have seen that a lot of the manual work has just disappeared. Now they have created jobs that are a lot more made for people. It's not like heavy lifting for humans. You can have machines to do that. You have the uniqueness in people is what's in between the ears. And I think we have seen a lot of that improvement in this sector. So on a organizational culture, we have seen a dramatic change. And I think that would actually be an interesting direction for the future research here, how this has improved the awareness of the importance of actually including this in order to be able to recruit people and to, you know, be profitable at the end.
Maybe
I don't know what you think, Thomas.
Like a short follow-up after what Jan has said. Maybe it would be easier for me as a foreigner in Sweden to actually say, although I always say that I'm Polish, but 1% of me or maybe 2% of me is Swedish now. But my impression from different research which we done with Jan together is actually that Sweden has done this change of culture and also change in education concerning these social aspects and environmental aspects like 20 years ago or maybe 40 years ago. So I of course am not aware what's going on in every country, but comparing like Poland and Sweden and probably other countries too, I can see that we are thinking about doing something which they done in Sweden 20 years ago. So the culture, I think, has also actually great influence. Culture and education, I would say, has great influence on the results of our research.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Jan and Professor Thomas. So we still have 1 minute. So I think any of you would like to also give some comments regarding the paper that presented by Professor Jan and Professor Thomas. We have lots of our colleagues here. Perhaps, yeah, Professor Bullen, perhaps you have add? Oh, so you're still muted. Please unmute your microphone.
Actually, my apologies. I was a bit late, so I missed the first part.
Okay, thank you so much.
My sincere apologies.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you, Professor Bullen. So, yeah, I think we come up to the end of this session. It's just a great honor for me as the moderator of this season. I really enjoyed this session. Lots of insight that we could hear and share here. And also thank you so much for the presenters and the discussants in this room. And also thank you so much for all of the participants joining our session in this room. Thank you so much. And yeah, warmest regards from Bali. And before we back to our main room, can we have just like a photo session? We also have Professor Sekar here. Yeah, Yeah. The team from Trisakti could help us.
Good evening.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you to our moderator, Niputu Sri Hartamimba, all presenters, discussants for the second sessions. And now we will have the group photo sessions. Please stay in your camera and follow the instructions from our event staff. For this slide, first slide, in 3, 2, 1. For the second slide, in 3, 2, 1. Okay, we have now come to the end of the day for the Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association 2023 conference. And today we had a privilege of listening to insightful keynote speeches, to provoking plenary sessions, and engaging paper presentations. Thank you to all speakers, moderators, presenters, discussants, and participants for your valuable contributor to this conference. Your expertise has enriched our understanding of management accounting. I hope this conference has been beneficial, providing you with fresh insight and stronger networks. The knowledge shared here will surely influence future management accounting, research, and practice. On behalf of Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association, I thank you for joining us. I look forward to seeing you again on day 3 schedule on October 26, 2023 on 8:30 a.m. Jakarta time at the next Asia Pacific Management Accounting Association conference. Thank you and see you tomorrow.
Right.